And hello, everyone, and welcome to this September 2021 fully vaccinated, masked, socially distant version of the Winestream. But since I am socially distant, it's only myself and Cerberus here and the various other creatures that generally keep me company during this thing. I noticed they're on the wrong side. I'll take this off. I would put 3 masks on Cerberus there, but these things cost money. Let's see if stand-in Ronnie would like to wear that. There we are. A little bit later on, we're going to be taking a brief timeout from the general Drunken entertainment to see what we can do to raise some money for a friend of mine. We'll get all the preliminaries out of the way, and by preliminaries I mean I need to work my alcohol content up to the point where, according to Drax, I am at my best. There's a lot of folk who are here from my general hangouts on VR chat, and that's really very, very nice to see. I thought I would show you all a little something. You see, on VR chat, you've got this big thing on your head and you're in VR, you can't see. I learned within the first couple of months some very valuable lessons. Number one, pay attention to your play space, because you're not really a true VR chat player until you've barked your shin on your coffee table. Number two, it is not a good idea to have your wine in a wine glass, because you're wearing this thing and you're fumbling around for it, you're going to knock it over. Even if you wind up getting a metal wine glass, you're still fumbling around for it. Eventually, you're going to knock it over. Your wine's going to go all over the floor. It's going to make a mess. People are going to be unhappy, especially you. So I came up with this solution. Now, what I'm drinking tonight is cider. Some of you have heard me gush about the blackberry cider that I get at my favorite little hippie joint down the road there, a place called Ingenuity. Very, very wonderful folk there. That blackberry cider is absolutely heavenly. And I have learned on VR chat to drink it out of this Erlenmeyer flask. It looks something like a Dalek, doesn't it? This was given to me by some very, very kind folks some years ago, but it's got a lid with this specially adapted straw. Very, very wide base, difficult to knock over. Even if I do knock it over, it is self-contained, so you only spill a little bit of your cider. And this is very, very definitely good shit. So, I should probably try to get a softer coaster. The Bayern Furs gave me these lovely coasters. I have a bunch of coasters from some furry groups, simply because this thing is big and heavy, and when I set it down, it's a little better if it just goes thump, right? As a part of that fundraising that I'd like to do a little bit later on, I had thought it might help to, shall we say, get people into the mood to be generous by cracking open this. This is the haunted bottle of Chianti. Why do I call it the haunted bottle of Chianti? First off, it is from 2006. Chianti is a white wine. Most white wines do not age very, very gracefully in the bottle. And considering this color, Chianti is not supposed to be this color. And I can show you all a picture here. This is a close-up I took of the bottle last time. Yeah, you see those lovely little things floating in it, and that mysterious curly swimming worm-looking thing. I don't know what the hell might be in this thing, but I am giving consideration. If it would entice people to donate, maybe I could be convinced to take a swig of it on camera. And just in case, I've got a wastebasket here to puke into. However, I am a scientist. I do intend to take appropriate precautions, and you will see what those are. Silver says, can I pay you not to drink it? You could. You could. You know, it's all up to you. Let's see. And Drax says, as lovely as those nutritional flavor chunklets would be. He has such a way with words, doesn't he? You would definitely die of drinking. I don't know. That's why, as a scientist, I'm going to do some testing. Speaking of which, it can be a pain in the ass to have a customer who's a scientist. I am preparing for Anthrocon 2022, which will take place, to purchase 10,000 little bottles of hand sanitizer, so that hopefully everybody would have a bottle of hand sanitizer. I don't know how effective that's going to be. We can't get some of these people to take a shower, but it's the best we can do. Good shit. The only thing is, I worry about residues. This is a furry convention. Now, some of that hand sanitizer has that icky, sticky stuff that your hands never really dry. We don't want that around fursuits. So I asked the supplier, I want some sanitizers that claim to be low residue or no additives. I don't need aloe vera. I don't need moisturizer 15. Just give me damn, jellied ethanol. She said, well, we have 5 of those that say that they're, low residue, whatever. I said, okay, can you send me a sample of each one? So I took those samples and I took them into the lab. And I analyzed them because that's what I do. I found out some very interesting things. 4 of them were pretty good. One of them was very, very high octane, if you will, in terms of ethanol. I kind of liked that one. Remember, you need about a 60% ethanol content for a hand sanitizer to be effective, particularly against the modern coronavirus that we see going around. So hand sanitizer that's less than 60% is not going to do the job. You might as well just smear water on your hand. There was one of them that I discovered had only 18% ethanol, and it was cut with silicone oil. So not only was it slimy and sticky, but it's useless as a hand sanitizer. So I sent a note back to the supplier of these things saying, okay, here's what I found. That first one, have them call me. I'd like to talk to them. And we'll see what comes of that. And yes, it does look like a Dalek, but it doesn't have the plumber's helper sticking out the front, and it is filled with delicious blackberry cider. And this is not apple cider with blackberry flavoring. This is actual blackberry cider. And there's only 2 ingredients, blackberries and crack. Trust me, I've got like 2 gallons of this stuff in the refrigerator. We'll see how much I can go through tonight. Let's see. Oh, people are talking over here, and I've been... and Slippery starting to sing 10,000 bottles of alcohol on the wall. I guess you could fit sanitizer in there, 10,000 bottles of sanitizer. And to Charles says, tell them hand sanitizer makes a great lube. No, to Charles, because then they will not be using it exactly the way we want them to. Also, as funny as it would be, I think it might be a little bit uncomfortable to use that stuff as lube. I've never tried myself, and I don't intend to. Then again, we will be doing a fundraiser tonight, so depending on what it's worth to people, maybe we can move right along. So, anyway, yes, if you see me on VR chat, and yes, the little cockroach hanging out the bar complaining about things, that's me. And if I say I'm drinking cider, this is what I have next to me. It sits on the table next to me here, so that even if I'm fumbling around, it is nigh impossible to knock over, and even if it does, it is contained. Oh, Chen Long is here. Hello, Chen. Why is there an apple on Ronnie's muzzle? Because he likes the Beatles. That's precisely why. That's what's going on there, yes. And Drax, thank you very much. Drax does a magnificent impersonation of the standard person. Is that the real Uncle Kage? I've given up answering. I say, no, I'm a wooden construct. The real one is around the corner somewhere. Oh, Haiku Art. I am doing well. Thank you very much for asking, Haiku. I hope that you're doing well, too. And Captain Werewolf Guy says, what in the Tien? Captain Werewolf, haven't you been here before? Tien Long has been a frequent visitor on this Winestream, and as Granny used to say, Lord willing and the creek don't rise, he will be again. We are very, very much hoping that the border between the United States and his current home in Canada might open in the right direction. Interestingly enough, they opened it for Americans to go and pollute Canada, but they won't let the Canadians back in. How do I know this? I gave it a try. I decided to take a trip up to Canada because I am fully vaccinated, double shot. I understand social distancing. Owning a 6-foot folding ruler makes it very, very easy for one to see how far away you should be from people. And, I've got a very good supply of masks, one of which Stand-in Ronnie is showing us right now. But I think that the Canadians are a little pissed off because the Americans have not reciprocated. They made it such a nightmarish experience. In a 72-hour period, I was obliged to have 3 separate COVID tests, as well as show them that I was vaccinated. So I'm very, very confident that I am not COVID infected right now. One of those tests I think is still sitting around here, or I threw it on the sofa in disgust when I got home, because apparently you can't buy just one. You've got to buy them as a 2 set. So I've got a spare. The nice thing is it is a home test kit. So if I should ever wake up with a sniffle or a snuffle or something like that, I'll be able to give myself a test for COVID and see how it comes out. It's just thin layer chromatography. There's nothing really all that spectacular about it. Oh, Sully got the 2nd jab yesterday. Very, very glad to hear it, Sully. Remember, it's going to take a couple of weeks for it to sink in and remind your body this is how you to take care of this virus when it comes up. Remember, public service announcement. The vaccine is not a magic shield. It is not a force field that is going to keep all infection away from you. The vaccine teaches your body how to deal with the infection. Most people's bodies learn the lesson very well. For most people, as soon as the body sees the infection, it'll kill it and you won't even know you had it. For some people, their body doesn't learn as well as others. Some people, the virus is going to get a little bit of a toehold before the immune system kicks in and says, let's get rid of the thing. So you'll wind up with a sniffle and a cough. And then there are some people, fortunately a very, very, very vanishingly small minority, for whom the body doesn't learn that well at all. And they call those the breakthrough cases, where you've been vaccinated, you get exposed to the virus, and the virus still manages to rage through your body despite your immune system having been taught how to handle it. That's how immunology works. That's how vaccinations work. There's nothing we can do about it. It's a crapshoot. But fortunately, the dice are loaded in your favor this time. Nom nom. Don't boot my snoot. In Germany, they treat the vaccine like you're invincible after the shot. That's a German thing. I also was told by some of my German colleagues that it's a terrifying ordeal to get vaccinated in Germany, because you go into a room and this big guy in a white coat and a square jaw comes in and says, up against the wall, now you will be shot. That's terrible. I really shouldn't say things like that. But I do, and they still invite me over there when there's not a pandemic. Random Potato says, imagine your immune system being that stupid. Some people's immune systems are that stupid. Silver says, I dread my next flu. Haven't been sick in the slightest since late 2019. Well, I dread it too, Silver. I don't like the idea of friends of mine suffering hard diseases like that. I kind of, the pandemic is a dreadful thing. Yes, it's awful. I mean, people are dying. And look at the numbers. 1 out of every 500 Americans has died from this virus. I'm going to say that again. And I didn't pull this number out of thin air. You can look it up yourselves. 1 out of every 500 Americans is dead. We have lost 0.2% of our population to COVID-19. So it is a horrible thing, and there's no way I'm ever going to say I like it. But I myself have not been sick, not even had a sore throat or a runny nose, other than the seasonal allergies, which will never go away, for 2 years now. And it's, I kind of like that. So I might stick with the masks and the social distancing and the hand sanitizing. Captain Werewolf says, Uncle Kagi, you didn't read my previous messages. They're going by awful fast for me, Captain Werewolf. You can try repeating it. I'll try to catch it this time when you throw it. This too is something that I deal with on VR chat. And I don't like talking about it because it makes me sound like an arrogant douchebag, which I am, but I don't like sounding like one. People come on VR chat, they say, Uncle Kage, can I give you a friend request? Well, you might. Go ahead, give it a try. Because the little thing that lights up that says you have a friend request is constantly lit for me. If I try to clear it out, 15 seconds later it's back because random people from I don't even know who they are. I've never spoken to them. They're not in the same room. Just every 15 seconds, bling, 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 person wants to be a friend. So you can send me the friend request, but it's probably going to get lost. So I'm sorry. It sucks to be me. All right, what's going on? What's going on here? Oh, Boozy, listening while driving home from court. Boozy, stop listening to me while you're driving. You should be paying attention to your driving. Look what happened last time. Yum, yum. Oh, okay. Dalton Dyer says, what is your favorite part of your job? Are you talking to me, Dalton? My favorite part of my job is doing it. I like my job. I like what I do. But I like the fact that I can work from home about 75% of the time. I can go into the lab early. I can set stuff up, get it going, get it cooking away, and then I can run everything. I have like a Starship Enterprise setup here, which is also my streaming setup. I can run 4 different analytical instruments at one time, all while watching rerun episodes of Boardwalk Empire. It's a wonderful existence. I'm enjoying it. Oh, hello, Lucky the Fosky from VR is here. There's lots of folks from VR here tonight. I think that's very, very nice. So if you're just getting here, when I talk about I'm having cider out of an Erlenmeyer flask on VR chat, this is the self-same flask. Yes, it looks like a Dalek. Oh, and Mum is here. Hello, Mum. How are you? And Mom is becoming a tech person. Now, Mom might be at home or she might be at my favorite hipster joint. I told her she could take her cell phone or her lappy with her. Let's see. Campfire Harvest wants to know when he can get another lap dance. Well, Camaro, I have no idea what you're talking about. I have no memory of this particular circumstance, so as I have no memory of it, I have no choice but to deny that it ever happened, and in lack of any particular video evidence or witness testimony thereof, I simply am going to have to discount that the incident ever occurred. Captain Werewolf Guy wants to know why I don't reply to the replies to my tweets. I often don't have time. I get lots of replies to the tweets. I get lots of shit for some of the things I tweet. Sometimes it's deserved, I admit. You know, like earlier today, I completely lost my shit over this politician guy standing in a cornfield. So you're talking about vaccinations. You know what to do when the Gestapo comes to your door. Well, according to my history books, when the Gestapo came to the door, they herded you into a cattle car and sent you off to die. They didn't say, we really want you to be vaccinated from this deadly disease. So to that gentleman, I can't remember his name, the guy in the cornfield. Fuck you. Thank you very much. I hope you get it, you asshole. Sorry, I'm still really steamed over that. Let's see. Oh, Lucky says, you thought I was drinking Cider the Floof. No. This is cider, not cider. This is cider. Bison Wolf, you're not that late. We've only been at it for 20 minutes. I've only gone through, this is not a graduated flask, but that's about 250 milliliters of cider so far. About 8 ounces for you Yanks. Boozy says, listening and watching are two different things as stoplight now. But okay, don't be like talking and typing here. Drive. Shush and drive. Rocket Taker, you used a vacuum flask to filter a sample this very morning. That's so much fun. I like vacuum filtration. This particular flask could be used as a vacuum filtration flask. Very, very heavy walled. And Camaro says, after my beautiful rendition of Happy Birthday, the whole group wants lap dances from... that. As my lawyer is present, I will maintain that I have no clear recollection of the incident, and I have no further comment on the matter. Blavaka says, want me to round up the Germans to get rid of that politician? Blavaka, you can round up anybody you want to get rid of that dickweed. He's breathing my oxygen. I'm going to get somebody giving me shit for that too. Yeah, go ahead. Why not? Now, T'Challa says, something truly controversial. My opinion about Zeppo Marx. Zeppo Marx, I guess the best thing to say is he was the Marx Brothers' attempt at having a straight man. I never found Zeppo to be in the slightest bit entertaining. Sorry. Captain Werewolf is asking Tien if you know about my Zoom things and stuff. Captain Werewolf is a Zoomie. I shall let Tien answer that question. Rocket T. Coyote says, high turbidity, had to filter the sample. Well, Rocket, I might need your filtration apparatus later on. We can talk about that. Dalton Dyer, so Kage, what is your job? I am a scientist. I am in chemistry. My particular field of expertise is the interactions of drug products with their packaging and delivery systems. So if you have a syringe that you're putting your vaccine in, or that vaccine is a little vial that has a rubber septum, it is my job to evaluate how touching the walls of that syringe or touching that rubber septum are going to affect your vaccine. And you'd be surprised, it can. Let's see. Oh, the box champ is here. Hey, champ, how are you? The man of the hour, or the Zeeb of the hour, I guess. And in about an hour, we are going to be talking about what we can do to help out our dear friend. My dear friend, and I believe that you will find him to be a dear friend to you. He is just one of those all-around swell guys. You cannot help but like him just by talking to him. He was affected by Hurricane Ida. You might have heard about that. This big gal just came clumping ashore and opened up a can of whoop ass on the entire state of Louisiana. And Boxy was kind of there. He tried to sweet talk her, but she was in no mood to be sweet talked. So we're going to do our best to help him out. We're going to actually see if we can pipe him in, if only by voice, here on the stream a little bit later. And I am praying to God Almighty that it works, because we've done 2 dress rehearsals where everything worked just fine. And those of you who have been watching this stream long enough know, or anybody who's been in the theater know, that if the dress rehearsal works, something's going to go wrong on opening night. Or as I told Boxy when we were trying this out, it's that old scientist adage, if it works the first time, you've done something wrong. Oh, Silver, voted today. I'm confident that absolutely nothing will change no matter who wins. Yeah, I guess we can go there. Oh, Steel Gear is here. Hello, Steel Gear. It's like the entire VR chat gang has descended on this stream, and I'm very, very pleased to see all of you. Again, this is the aforementioned blackberry cider in the Erlenmeyer flask that I'm always talking about. Num, 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 num. And thank you, Vavaka. Yes, third time's the harm. We'll see about that. And Captain Werewolf wants to know, do I know about the Spirit's Great Dragon language? Captain Werewolf, if that is something to drink, I'm excited to hear about it, but otherwise, no. Camaro Cougar, you get red wine and white wine. Why never pink or purple wine? Well, Camaro, there is pink wine. It's called White Zinfandel, or rosé is pink. And one could argue that this is something of a purple wine in and of itself. I could go into the chemistry behind wines or the color that they are, but none of that will explain the haunted Chianti. That's just beyond the ken of man. And Ma J. Brony says, you have a very cool and excited life. I wish my life was cool and exciting. Maybe it is. I don't know. I honestly don't think that my life is any cooler or more excitable than anybody else's. It's just, as a comic, I'm blessed with the ability to see the fun in most aspects of life. Every once in a while, something comes by that even I can't laugh at, but yeah, for the most part, you have to try. It's the least you can do is try. Steelgear says, we're all watching you in VR, which makes me feel vaguely paranoid right now. See, here's what I'm always kind of nervous about. Somebody says, we're all watching you in VR, right? So here's what you guys see on your YouTube screen. In the back of my mind, I'm always worried that there'll be a screenshot from VR chat with all these nice creatures around looking at the screen, but on their screen, the camera angle is up there or something like that. You know what I mean? Because that's where the cameras are that watch you in VR, and I think, maybe should I turn those off before I don't know. I don't know how they work, but Okay. Captain Werewolf Guy. Spirit's Great Dragon language involves the Dragonborn language of the newborns with the dragon blood that makes people be able to learn about shouting and stuff. Oh, I learned about shouting. You can ask my mom. I didn't need no Dragonborn. I had shouting down from like the second I was born. Haven't stopped since. Chen says, I'm almost thinking this stream should have been done in VR. I am considering doing a stream in VR sometime, but I'll need some tech support to help me set it up. By the way, this is carbonated, so I get a little burpy. I'm sorry about that. Joshy Plushy says, how's everybody doing? Answer him, folks. I can tell him how I'm doing, but there's lots of other people here. Games for Days, very, very good to see you. I met Games for Days not terribly long ago in VR chat. Very, very fun to hang out with. Und Thomas Fuchsbau ist hier. Let's see. Kronos says, just don't drink and do VR. Well, Kronos, that's what it's for, isn't it? I learned the hard way doing, doing a flying simulation. Yeah, no, don't do that. Don't do that. Okay. Wait a minute. Boozy says, the gas station, the sheriff stole my vape and lighter. Need to replace them. What was the sheriff doing taking your vape and lighter, Boozy? Is there something going on we should know about that you are willing to discuss in this recorded forum? Or do you want to wait till Anthrocon for that? And yes, I shall state again, we are planning to continue with Anthrocon 2022. We feel that sufficient protections have been put in place. We're at the point now that if somebody opts not to protect themselves, we've done our job. We have done what we can. You're on your own at this point. When we had the virtual Anthrocon, I was contacted by every media outlet in the city of Pittsburgh wanting a statement. Now, when the media asks for a statement, they're asking for a sound bite. They don't want a speech. They want a headline they can put out there. So what I told them, and this was the official statement from Anthrocon Incorporated to the city of Pittsburgh regarding 2022, is that wild horses could not keep us away. And we got wild horses. And Sage Saurus is here. Can't wait to meet you at Brazil Fur Festival. Sage, I am so anxious to meet you. I'm even going to buy you a drink before you buy one for me. Sageosaurus helped to create my Brazil-specific fursona. And we're very much hoping that we can actually get me down to Brazil Fur Fest next year. I am looking forward to embodying that brand new fursona. Silver says, you can't force me to travel, Uncle Kage. Silver, I'll remind you, I've got your growlers here. And Tezcat says, we got wild horses drawn by Gideon. Gideon is an old friend of mine. Do I have any of those drawings? Let's see how much money we raise later for Boxy, and maybe I'll answer that question. I love Steel Gears Wristbands. Hello, I am Wild Horse. Yes. And Volsta, I want to bring you some Dasai. Please do. And also buy a drink for you at the bar. Please do. I'm so happy to get back to Pittsburgh. I am too. I am really looking forward to it. Dalton, when do you think Alkali and Zanny will be on one of your wines? Well, Alkali's been on my stream more than once. When will we have both of them here in person? Believe it or not, COVID is the least of our concerns. Our biggest barrier to having Alkali on the stream is Alkali's boss, who is a dick. Who, anytime Alkali makes plans, oh, Uncle Kage, I'm going to come out and see you on this Saturday, his boss grabs him and says, oh, there's some run on the Dogecoin market in Macau. You can't go. We need you in the office. Megacrafter is asking a very good question. With the cider being carbonated, is the seal around the straw airtight? It is not. There is a very, very small airspace around here, which, as you can see, we've got some carbonation going, but we are not building up pressure. Num, num, num. Oh, Sully is asking, does growler mean something different in the States? Yes, it's a really honking big bottle that you put beer, you bring it to the pub and they put the beer in for you, pretty much. Yep. Ma J Brony 1. Any other languages you can speak? Je parle français. Je suis fluent, je pense. I can get by in Germany enough to order booze and get myself in trouble. I can speak tourist Japanese, and I have learned enough phrases in Cantonese to get my face slapped in Hong Kong. But you can ask Tian Long about that. He's been one of my best tutors. Oh, my. Boy, it's going by so fast. I'll try to catch up. Unida, I'm new to the fandom. What con, when it's safe, would you recommend I try to attend? Well, that's not a very fair question to ask me. I'm the chairman of Anthrocon. I'm sort of biased, but what I would say, Unida or Oneida, I'm not sure, forgive me, tell me where you are geographically in the world. You know, where in the U.S., which country you're in, and I will tell you what con I would go to if I was in your part of the world. Because for your first con, it might be easier to go to something reasonably local. Let's see. Silver likes his growlers because the growlers are what you put the good beer in. The other beer comes in a large 40-ounce bottle that costs $1.99. Nom, nom, nom. And Dave Nevia says, I used to be conversational in Spanish, followed by a bunch of Spanish things. I guess that's Nadia en Beaverton puede hacer una buena bebida espresso. Siempre están muy, muy dolce, dolce en firmeza. I'm hoping that's how it's said. I probably just butchered it. T'Challa is putting in a plug for his nephew's craft brewery in Brooklyn. Strong Rope. I originally read that as Strong Pope. And I pictured like the Pope in that Rosie the Riveter pose. You know, we can drink it. That sort of thing. But it's Strong Rope. All right. Onyx Flame says, what con in the UK would you do? Well, I've been to Confuzzled several times. That's the furry con I'm familiar with. I'd like to go to ScotiaCon, but I've never been invited. And oddly enough, I had so much fun at SunnyCon, the anime convention in Sunderland. I'd love to be invited back to that one. Games for Days talked about me needing a technical team. Would they be able to work remotely? That's a difficult question to answer. Could you work remotely? Yes. Could you work with me remotely? I don't know. You might find yourself in the position of no. Push. Okay, no. Go back. Push the S key. Then no. Okay, no. Start again. Hold down the shift. Nobody has asked me why I have a spoon in my pocket, which I just realized I did. And since nobody asked, I'm not going to tell you. Let's see. Chen Long says, tell us about the lovely phrase you used at SunnyCon to describe the local folk. It was in Sunderland, which is up in the Northumbria region, the east coast, northeast coast, if you will, of England, that I learned the word chav. A chav is, we would call it in the United States, a hooligan, a street thug, a punk, a gangster, a gangbanger, that kind of thing. And I learned that word. It just sounded so fun. They told me that it was an abbreviation. I can't remember the CH. It's an abbreviation, something CH and violence. That's what they said. But I was out on the balcony of the hotel, and I saw a bunch of them down there. They're wearing their white or sort of like gray hoodies pulled up over their heads, and they're gathered around, their, I don't know, drugs or something. They got their Doc Marten boots. And I got all excited. I called down, oh, gentlemen, hello, excuse me, up here, excuse me. Would you be chavs by any chance? Oh, it's great. Stay right there. I'll be right down. And I ran down. I was so excited. I said, I'm so glad to meet you. So, my name is Sam. I'm from the States. I've never met a chav before. This is just so great. Listen, can I get a photo? All of us, can I? And they were cool. We got together, let me have the photo, and then they took my phone, but it's okay. I got the picture, and they were really very, very nice. Let's see. Games for Days says, just so you know, I have my mother. I could easily work with you remotely. Well, Games, we're going to put you to the test. I'm going to put you in contact with my mom. She occasionally needs tech support, and I do my best to help her, but I'm not very good at it. So you've just volunteered. You're elected. The next time my mom needs tech support, I'll give you a call. Thank you so much for your kindness and generosity. Okay. Um, yes, and I don't recall what Lucky the Folsky said, but Silver reminds us that I did go to Furroween a few years back. Furroween was in Sweden. A, uh, a magnificent, brilliant, brave effort to hold a furry convention. It just didn't quite get off the ground, sadly. Jamie O'Brien, what would you expect in an invitation to ScotiaCon? Okay, in general, if you are a guest at a convention, here's the deal. It's what we've been doing for the past 80 years, really. If you're inviting somebody to be a guest at a convention, you're saying, we will pay your expenses to go there. We'll pay your flight, we'll pay your hotel, we will pay your bar tab. In return, we kind of expect, we're inviting you to be a guest because people want to see you. So you will be present at the con. You'll say nice things about it. You'll tweet about it. You'll make videos. Hi, I'm here at the con having a great time. That's the guest relationship with a convention. In general, with established conventions, which have had me as a guest multiple times, the deal is, and it's very, very flexible, but in general, I mentioned room, airfare, and bar tab. For cons I've been to multiple times as a guest, it's two of the three. You know, if you guys want to handle my airfare and my room, that's great. I'll get people to buy my drinks for me. If you want to handle just the room and the drinks, I'll take the cheapest part. That's the airfare. And there are a few conventions that simply to help out, especially if they're very small, and I've been to them a couple of times, I might just dip into my very small savings itself and pay my way there. And now it's an interesting thing. I described the guest relation. We'll take care. We'll get you to the con. We'll take care of it. We kind of want you to talk us up. I was invited very, very recently to an unnamed convention. Who invited me? It's young kids. By kids, I mean people under 30. This group of kids, and it was adorable. They invited me to be their influencer. And I kind of balked at the term. Because when I think of influencer, I think of some blonde teenage girl named Mandy who is saying at the front desk, well, if you give me a suite for free, I'll tell my 30,000 followers what a great time I had. Yes, that's kind of how it works, but I'm not blonde and my name's not Mandy, all right? So I told them, I said, look, I'll make a deal with you. I'll still come to your con and talk it up. I don't want to be no influencer, okay? That's just weird. Unexplained, thank you very much. Council Housed and Violent. Or Council Hovel Angry Vermin. Yes, that's what CHAV stands for. Council Housed and Violent. Num. Lucky the Fosky says to me, you should come/get an invite to Nordic FuzzCon sometime. Not likely to happen, Lucky. And nothing against Nordic FuzzCon, and there's folks there that I'm very, very good friends with, but their thing, they're not really charter, it's just their thing. They are looking to showcase local furries, local leaders of the furry community, local artists and stuff. Number one, it's very expensive to get a drunken old shit like me from across the ocean. And number two, they're really trying to hey, Scandinavians, look, not Scandinavian. See, no horns. I guess not pale enough. I don't know how that works. But, and that's fine. I'm cool with that. I might, if I ever win the lottery, I'd love to go to Nordic FuzzCon, but I'm going to need the money for it. Calvin the Wolf. Hello, Calvin the Wolf is saying hi to me. Yep. Dave Nevius, con guests get their bar tab paid. Remember, it's negotiable. Anthrocon usually pays the bar tab for its guests, but I'm not going to mention any names, but one year we had 2 guests who came from Ireland. I'm just going to leave it at that. Boozy says, all I got was the complimentary maid outfit pajamas. We never did get the photos of you in those, Boozy. I'd like to see them, please. What else do we have here? Undertaker says, Uncle Kage, you have a very nice blue shirt. Thank you very much. I worried that I would blend in with my sofa cover here. That's the... Okay, I have a number of sofa covers because when you do a wine stream and you invite guests and you drink, you sometimes spill stuff on the sofa. So I got a couple of sofa covers. I really should have put like the red one on for tonight. I like this blue one. It also gets this like moire thing going. You know, you ever notice that? Oh, what else is going in here? The Leo says, just buy Bitcoin and boom, free money. That's definitely how it works, right? I don't think so, the Leos. I got into trouble with that when I got my credit card years ago. I was like, the bank pays for it. It's great. No, don't fall into that. Megacrafter says, next time wear a green shirt in front of a green screen. That's been done. Do all of you remember? I showed this picture, I think, on a recent wine stream. Some of you may recall a couple of years back when Talin was my guest. We created the Stuff Genie. That was what the stream was about. The Stuff Genie, the genie of logistics. And Talon played the role of the Stuff Genie. And what we did was we set up a green screen, and Talon basically had his head in a floating box. Boxy would have liked that. So he was the Stuff Genie. The thing is, we needed to find something green for him to wear so that the green screen would work. So what we did was we went straight to the local thrift store, and we tried to find whatever we could that was exactly the right shade of green that Talon could wear. The first thing we found was a long sleeve pullover, but it wasn't quite the right size. Talon made a very, very good effort to be the Stuff Genie in that. He really, okay, he was a trooper. He tried, but we just couldn't quite get it to work. What we eventually found was this number. That's what the Stuff Genie wore. So, yeah, so that's okay. We're telling you the magic. That's how the Stuff Genie was born. That's how it worked there. And Talon was the only one who wore it. But anyway, let's get right back to Onyx Flame is asking, how many times have you done SunnyCon? Twice. I was a guest of honor the first time, and like, I don't know, like returning guest, repeat guest the second time. And I had a grand time both times, really. It was a different world. Honestly, the anime conventions are something of a different world. Because when I got there, I come from the furry world. I did what we do. Okay, I'm the guest. Oh, look, there are some people. I will go and talk to them. And by the way, Leaf Blower Larry is outside. If you hear that noise, he's come here to evict my beloved door spider, so please try to ignore him. Anyhow, when I went to this anime convention, SunnyCon, I saw some, people. That's what guests do when you're at a furry con. I went up and I'm talking with them and interacting and having fun. And hey, would anybody like to go to the bar? I would love to have some booze. It would be great to drink with somebody. And they were very polite and very gracious, very English. But then I started seeing posts on Twitter and that FaceTime book thing. People are beside themselves. They were screaming. They're going, "Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God." The guest of honor came up and actually talked to me. Well, yes, isn't that what I'm supposed to do? Apparently not in the anime world. In the anime world, the guest of honor is supposed to stay behind his security cordon and kind of maybe wave generically to people, and then sit at a table and charge 25 pounds for every autograph, and people get exactly 15 seconds. The autograph, they say something, let's get a picture. Next. I saw that going on the second year, and I didn't mean to be, that big a douche about it, but it just seemed, it just struck me odd that here we've got this anime voice actor, amazing Hollywood guy, and he's got two security guys in front of him. He's sitting at a table that says autographs, 25 pounds. And there's a guy there literally with a stopwatch. You get 15 seconds. Hi, I like your work. I really liked this. Can I get a photo? Yes, here's our photo. Okay, next. So I got like a little folding card table that I found somewhere, and the ricketiest stool I could find. And I took some paper. Yeah, I just found some paper somewhere. And I made a hand-lettered sign with a Sharpie that said, autographs, 2p, which is 2 cents, and set it up. And that was apparently a hit. I made like 80 pounds. It was great. Folks are asking, folks must have got here late. Since I have a large contingent of some of my dear friends that I've met on VR chat here, it is kind of a tradition on VR chat in the evenings when I'm VR chatting and drinking. I'm drinking blackberry cider. This is a hard cider. It's about 6.5% alcohol, so it's very good. And I have learned that in VR chat, you don't want to have a wine glass that's, on a little pillar that can break when you inevitably knock it over. This thing is extremely solid, very heavy base, and if I do manage to knock it over, it's got a lid. So this is typically what I drink my cider out of when I am on VR chat. I do not drink wine out of this. I mentioned this is about 6.5% alcohol. That's great. Wine can approach 11-12% alcohol. That's starting to get to the point where I may begin to extract plasticizers out of this straw, and I'd rather not do that. That's my business. Paul Stallion, any new con story that won't get you in trouble with Boozy Badger? The honest answer is no. The not get me in trouble with Boozy, that's the thing. If I were to start talking right now, eventually Boozy would send me the stop talking. And I've learned that when he says that, I usually should. And Rescuer says, I could have made the autograph free by giving a 2p refund. Just tell them 2p off. I saw what you did there. Oh, T'Challa says, how sweet is that cider? Is it sweeter than apple cider? It's about the same sweetness, but it's very blackberry flavory, so it's got a tartness to it as well. Very blackberry. Lucky the Fosky. May I ask where your play space is when you play VR chat? I could tell you. Immediately on the other side of that camera is the rest of my living room. And that's my play space over there. So yes, that's where it is. Imach, or IMACH. Imach says, oh God, yeah, my friend spilled wine all over the controllers in VR chat recently. Those things are too damned expensive to spill wine on, and wine is too damned expensive to spill on the controllers. Hello, Boombox Husky. Very good to see you. And Mama T can agree this is good cider. Mama T was up to visit very recently, and I hope she will come back again very soon. We always love seeing her here. She's a darling friend of the family. Bovaka says, I was trying to look into having a wine glass made with a spout to stick up under a mask. I've not been able to find a glass blower up for the challenge. Bovaka, no, have it made of plastic because, yeah, you're talking about glass. It will break, and especially if you're sticking it up under a mask, that's dangerous. Have it made of plastic. Mr. Morningstar, why do you like white wine over red wine besides the fact that red wine stains? Well, it is primarily the fact that red wine stains. And red wines tend to be very tannic. They've got tannins in them, that astringency. That just doesn't sit well with me. The only red wines that I will drink willingly are red Zinfandels. You've heard of white Zinfandel. That's the pink crap that your grandma drinks with ice in it. Red Zinfandel is actually a very, very interesting wine. It's got a finish that I would describe as black pepper. It's a spicy tasting wine, and it tends to run about 18% alcohol, so I don't mind drinking it. Oh, incidentally, I would be remiss if I did not remind folk that this stream is supported by Patreon patrons. Here is typically where I would say, if you like the stream, don't forget to like and subscribe. No, fuck that. I don't care if you like me. I don't care if you subscribe to me. I'm just here to drink in front of people, so I ain't drinking alone. If you're entertained by it, I'm happy. If you're not happy, there's nothing I can do about it. But if you want to support the stream and become a Patreon patron, I'm Uncle Kage on Patreon. And there are folk who give me enough money for me to read their names out loud. And I usually try to do this early in the stream so that it's understandable. So I'm not saying veterans of the stream will tell you that I have done that before. I have read the list too late in the evening, and no one's been able to understand me. So we are very, very grateful to... I always try to get through it in one breath. Let's see if I can. Arancius, Volpes, Arco, Fox, Bentley, Shepherd, Blackfoot, Ferret, Botunos, Sicilian, David, Hunter, Dunkel, Furry Trainer, Jackal, Circle, Atheist, Codemasters, Gaharia, Worgen, MacLabin, Martin, Spankenberg, McLovin, Maine, Merlin, Scorch, McCall, Mama T, Mutterwolf, Nikolai, Tiger, Onyx Flame, Q the Dane, Rick Hale, Rusty, Rover, San, Sasha Whitefer, Silent Dawn, Silver Gotamans, Over the Viking, Some Weird Guy, Tezcat, Mag Dragon, The Dragon Show, Tom Fox, Wadius, The Dragon, Ash, Vobak, and Yakisoba. I did it! Which means I don't have enough Patreon patrons, obviously. So yes, that was done comically fast to see if I could, and I'm very pleased I've still got the voice for it. Thank you all. Those of you whose names I read, and those of you whose names I didn't read, even if you're only giving $1, that means a lot to me. It's not the amount of money. It's the fact that you think it's worth it to watch me engage in my self-destructive nonsense on a monthly basis. Oh no, Silver, you didn't get bumped down the list. I alphabetized it in order to... See, typically Silver goes first because he's a Viking and he'll, invade me if I don't make him first. I alphabetized the list because when I go through my Patreon list, is there anybody new? Has anybody dropped out? That's easiest to do it. Typically, then I resort it, and this time I forgot. So I apologize, Silver. The reason I forgot, as our dear friend Boxy will tell you, we were very, very late getting to our dress rehearsal this time round because OBS. And that's another story. But thank you all very much for paying me to do this crap. Silver says, I made to fix that Well, okay. Henceforth, you'll be known as Silver. I'm going to read your name as Silver, so you'll always be at the first of it. Somebody remind me that, or else I'll forget. Yes, Games for Days. OBS is always its own nightmare. For example, yesterday, Boxy and I got everything ready with I call it the couch cam, this one here. we had it all set up, all lined up, and had the right sound levels, and we tested it, and we did it. It was perfect. And then I was getting ready. I said, I forgot the drawing cam. I plugged the drawing cam in, and OBS immediately, like, totally crashed the couch cam. Whatever. Unita or Unida says, what alcohol is your personal favorite? The one in my hand at any given moment. So right now, the answer to your question is blackberry cider. Mr. Morningstar says, how many glasses of your favorite wine does it take to get you lightly drunk? We're working on that. I shall report. Oh, Joshy Plushie is going to head on. Well, thank you for joining us, Joshy. Thank you very much. Incidentally, speaking of my amazing Patreon patrons, there are some who have a Patreon patron level where one of the rewards, if you can call it that, is I draw pictures for them. And when I say pictures, okay, some folks have written to me and said, you shouldn't denigrate your art like that. Well, okay, maybe I shouldn't, but I hesitate to call it art. I am not an artist. Whoa. I just opened a new window to get the list here, and I see a headline. Man killed in car crash stuns family by turning up at home alive and well. We are getting to the spooky month. I'll look at that later. Okay, let's see. We're going to go to the list of what Patreon patrons want me to draw. I call it the list of what Patreon patrons want me to draw as opposed to what I'm going to draw because, like I said, I'm not an artist. There are times when I look at what they are asking for and I simply have to say, all right, I'm going to interpret this differently. By the way, if you are a Patreon patron and you did not send in your drawing request, please do so. I've got Nikolai, Silent Dawn, David Hunter, Furry Trainer, and Onyx Flame. I know that there are others of you out there, sorry for you Canadians. Let me bring this up. Okay, we're going to open a new Google spreadsheet. Yay. Typically, I do this beforehand, but OBS, yes. All right, okay, here we go. And now I got to go to format and say text wrap so I can read this crap. Okay, so we are going now. First off, we're going to take a quick check back at the stream to see if it... Arco the Fox says, I never got my request. I'll tell you what, Arco, while I am drawing here, please, in the channel, go ahead and tell me what you want me to draw. How's that going to work? I'll tell you what, Arco, we'll have you go first. Tell me what you want us to draw while I look at what everybody else wants me to draw. Like Furry Trainer, really? Seriously? Or David Hunter, right. Or Nikolai, of course, or Silent Dawn. It doesn't have a tiger in it. Are you sure you're Silent Dawn? Or Onyx Flame. Onyx Flame always comes up with amazingly creative things. But Arco, I'm waiting on you. All right, I'll tell you what. We'll go ahead and we will do one, and then we'll check back and see what Arco is up to. So I'm going to move this onto another screen so as what I can see it. If I squint, and then we will bring the talkie screen back on. Tianlong says, you could always draw Silent Dawn as a box. That's what he is currently stuck in. No, he is a tiger. A box-shaped tiger. Okay, so we're going to go now to the drawing cam, and we've discussed this before. That's the Philadelphia accent for you. So this is the drawing cam. There we go, and hopefully you all can still hear me, and hopefully I remembered to set it so it's not inverted. That would be very embarrassing. Yes, it's fine here. Okay, so very first, we're going to go to Furry Trainer, and I'm going to start putting the date on these things. This is 10 September 2021. because reasons. Hopefully all of you can see that. Furry Trainer says, my telephone's ringing. Excuse me. Kinston, North Carolina, domestic line. Screw you, you're a spammer. Sorry, where was I? Oh, yes. A realistic NASA astronaut swordfish in space. I was very, very nervous because I thought I was going to have to do a Gideon drawing here. But no, she wants a hyper-realistic NASA astronaut swordfish. Okay, well, all right. Well, a swordfish is going to be in a helmet, and that helmet is going to have this long, looks like a Gideon drawing already, thing that the sword goes in, right? So this is going to be the helmet, and of course it's like shiny and all this stuff here, and it's got a little tiny radar dish on the front just because it's NASA. You got to have that there, right? Yep. And well, it's a space suit, so it's very, very big and fluffy like this. And swordfish, I don't know if they would really need to use their fins, but just in case, we'll draw like the thing for the fins here. And of course, on the shoulder, they've got the NASA logo, which almost looks something like that. Hopefully you all can see that. If the light's too bright, let me know. Maybe I'll, let's see if I can fix this. Okay, beg your pardon. Let me go to the drawing cam, go to properties, and let me try turning down a little bit of the brightness here. Turn the gain down. How's that? Is that a little bit better? Hopefully. Hope so. Okay, we're going to go with this because it looks good at my end. So that is the hyper realistic swordfish NASA spacecraft shuttle for Furry Trainer. Thank you so much. And Ink Gaming says too dark. People wonder why I drink. Thank you very much. Thank you. We're going to put this over here. Okay, now I'm going to check back. Did we get anything from Arco? Arco, trying to eat a celebration cake, but your cockroach persona is standing on it. You know, I think we actually have seen this very scene in VR chat. So we're going to have a celebration cake, which is, you know, just like a normal, it's going to be like a normal layer cake, right? And so it's a layer cake, a double layer cake. It's like a chocolate layer cake. And, you know, cakes, they often put that like filigree, whatever bullshit around the bottom like that there. Yep. But we've got Uncle Kage. He's standing here with, you know, all 109 of his known communicable diseases, and he's just celebrating with Arco. He's like, yay, right? He's like, yay, he just popped out of the cake. In fact, he was the surprise. And here we've got Arco. Arco is a fox, which means he got this foxy muzzle, which is very, very long. I think the fox has got this floof like that, and they have foxy ears, but he's like, I really, really wanted my cake. So he's not 100% sure what to do at this point. And he's standing here with the knife to cut the cake with, but he's really not 100% sure what to do because his pal is standing on the cake. So that's for Arco. Thank you so much for Arco. This is 10 Sep 2021, and this is Uncle Arco. Drop me a note with the if you'd like, I can send the original to you, although why the hell you would want that, nobody knows. But let me know. Okay, that's for Arco. Thank you so much. And the light is adjusted, so don't tell me it's too dark. It is fine. Okay, David Hunter. Uncle Kage diving into the Philly 676 canal. Oh, yeah, those of you who don't know what we're talking about, it was not just Louisiana that suffered from Hurricane Ida. Philadelphia got major ass flooded. The Vine Street Expressway, as we call it, 676, turned into a canal. So let's see. So we got Vine Street. Here's Vine Street Expressway, and it's got a bunch of bridges going across it, right? There's, somebody help me out. I think 23rd Street is the first one, and then 19th, and then whatever. Yep. But this is supposed to be, I 676, but it's not. It's like all water. Yep. And here we've got Uncle Kage, and he's standing on the 23rd Street Bridge. I think it's 23rd Street. It's been a long time since I've lived in Philly. Again, here he is with his potato-shaped head and his lab coat. And he's in the typical diving position, ready to jump into the canal and end it all because he just cannot take any more stupidity. That's how it's going. All right, thank you so much. This is for David Hunter. Can I call you Dave? I hope I can call you Dave. Thank you, Dave. Dave. Hi. Next. Okay, we're going to skip the next one. We'll come back to it. Silent Dawn. Silent Dawn has like an entire like folder of these things. I don't know what you're going to do with them. Hang on. Yum, 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 yum. Okay. Silent Dawn says, draw me pinky swearing with my dragon friend to do something neither of us want to do. Okay, so there's a lot going on in this picture. Okay, first we have Silent Dawn. He's a tiger. Tigers, remember, got testicle faces like this, right? And they got these circular heads, and they got these big cookie-shaped ears and noses. Tigers have noses. Never forget tigers have noses, and they have whiskers come out like that. And stripes, that's how you know they're tigers. And the body's got stripes too, I guess, like that. But there's something he doesn't want to do. So he's like, dude, really? And he's got his dragon friend over here. I don't really know how to draw a dragon, so we're going to use Ronnie as like a drawing reference. Okay, so Ronnie kind of is kind of like Tianlong. He's got like this butt-shaped nose like that. Nah, that's an old joke. We got that fixed. Don't worry. And his kind of a muzzle comes up like this. And then dragons, for unknown reasons, have like this floof going on here. Now, I don't know what kind of dragon it is, but we're going to assume it's like a Tien type dragon. So we're going to give him Tien horns. Why does Tien have these horns? I don't know. Yep. He too is like, dude, oh, there's whiskers. I forget the noodles. But they're going to pinky swear because they're friends, and it's like, and they don't want, oh, wait, tiger tail, sorry, tiger tail, stripes, dragon tail, like that, I guess. Okay, I must have screwed up because this actually almost kind of looks like what he asked for. You know, like Granny said, every once in a while, even a blind chicken finds a piece of corn. All right, we're going to go with that. Okay, so thank you, Silent Dawn. This is Uncle Kage. All right. And Mega Crafter says, that looks more like a goat than a dragon to me. Well, Mega Crafter, this is just for you. There we are. How's that? That's just for Mega Crafter. Okay, next up. We have Onyx Flame all the way from Wales. There's a reason I'm putting a date on it, and I'll explain why shortly. Please draw the people who you will next be doing a panel or performance with from the furry fandom. Wow. Okay, Onyx Flame, I'm going to draw this honestly. First off, there's Uncle Kage, and we all know that Uncle Kage has that potato-shaped head, and he's got that astroturf hair, which we're all familiar with, and he's got a nose. And because it's Uncle Kage, he's started already, right? Because he's going to entertain, and this is what Uncle Kage does. And he's got his best shirt and tie on, as he always does when he's performing. But he would never wear a tie that narrow. Let's fix that. There we go. Okay. The people I'll next be doing a panel or performance with. I'm just going to draw a dotted outline. Maybe some ears, maybe not. Why am I drawing this? Because I don't know. I really don't know. But my God, I am really looking forward to getting back to it. Dotted outline, whoever my next performance partner is, God bless you, I cannot wait. Let us hope, those watching, that it may be you. That's the best I can come up with, Onyx Flame. I just wish I knew who it would be. Next, we've got Nikolai. And Nikolai sends me the terrifying audience choice. So, go. Let's see what you guys come up with. Audience choice. Now, it might be the first thing I see. It might be the thing that I'm most intrigued by seeing. But, you twisted psychopaths, tell me what it is. Oh boy. Tez Cat Magic Die, the time Uncle Kage missed a chance for YCH. Silver says ginger waffles. Undertaker says macro bacon. We're going to combine those first three. We're going to have Uncle Kage. Remember Uncle Kage? We already have established he's got the potato-shaped head, and he's got ears. He's got the astroturf hair. You can we're done, guys. I already got it. And that's Uncle Kage. He's like, yeah, dude. And despite all, he is still well dressed. This is before he went on his diet because he's looking a little chunky there. We're sorry about that. And he was going to get a YCH, but he missed it because he wanted, his idea was going to be Boozy. But what we got instead was a ginger waffle. I guess a waffle looks like this. Draped with macro bacon, which you'll have to take my word for it. That's what macro bacon looks like. Yeah, that's as close as we're going to get. Thank you so much, Nikolai. I hope you're not disappointed, because I am. Oh, I went off the paper there. All right. Now, that was Furry Trainer, David Hunter, Nikolai, Silent Dawn, Onyx Flame, and Arco. Anybody else in the channel? This is your last chance. All right. I'm going to tell you what. In a couple of minutes... Oh, Boozy says, I got distracted. Why is Kage thinking me ginger waffles, Boozy? I'll tell you what, I'll put the picture back on so you can see. I'll be right back. I gotta pee, and this time I'm gonna remember to mute the mic. Be right back. And we are back. Boozy says, I've had a day. I need to hear him urinate on stream. Sorry, Boozy. Sorry to disappoint you. Okay, gang, we are back. In a couple of minutes, I am going to reach out, and we're going to get my darling, beloved friend, the champion of boxes here on the stream. Stream. But before we do that, remember this? The haunted Chianti. Maybe we should go back and put the light source back up. I don't know. Let's find out. Let's see how it looks. Configure video, advanced settings, make the gain auto, save, screw you for pistish. Yeah. Remember I said that I might consider taking a swig of this stuff. Well, before I do that, I want to make sure it's safe. And for that, I'm going to pull out something that Susan Deere gave me as a Christmas present a couple of years ago. It's just a regular optical microscope, but it should still be all that we would need. And I did not steal these from work. I'm going to stick to that. Yeah, it's probably too bright to see. All right, just so folks can see what's going on. Let's go back and put that output back down to down. Let's see if that looks a little bit better. This is science after all, and we want to make sure that the science is documented. Put the gain down just a bit. Can you all see that? I can see it, and that's what matters. Let's try that one more. We'll put the gain down just a little more. What if I put the exposure down? Oh, that's even better. That's even better. Okay, we're going to stick to that. All right. So I got some cover slips. Hang on, I got this. Yeah. Nom, 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 nom. And we have the haunted Chianti. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to open this son of a gun right now. Oh, for goodness sake, but I'm going to need a foil cutter for that. I forgot to get that, sorry. all good civilized drunkards keep a foil cutter handy, which I have. So we're cutting the foil. Now we are going to open this mofo. This could be a mistake. Listen, guys, I wouldn't do this for any ordinary person, but the box champ is no ordinary zeeb. Let's see. Uh-oh. Okay, this already is a bad sign. Do you all see what's going on here? When the cork disintegrates, let's see what else we can. Okay, the cork didn't just break. The cork is crumbling into millions of pieces. Okay, we're gonna make a game effort of getting the rest of this thing out. Okay. Well, I got more of it out. Okay, this has become personal now, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to do this. We are going to do this. Okay, we have at least broken through to the liquid. Oh, my God. I may need to filter this stuff. This could get a little bit messy here, folks. Let's give this a bit of a try, shall we? Come on, you son of a bitch, pour. Oh, God in heaven. I can smell it from here. Let me just try to get rid of some of those cork bits out of that. Oh my God. Okay. So here's what we're going to do. This is science, ladies and gentlemen. I've got a microscope slide here, which has now been totally contaminated by these cork bits, but we're still going to try. I have a cover slip. I'll be right with you there, champ. This has become personal. I do not have any capability of showing what I'm about to see through the camera. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to take a drop. I'm going to put it on the slide. This is called a wet mount slide. Don't anybody give me any jokes about wet mount, okay? Okay. So now we are going to put this monstrosity onto the microscope plate here. There we go. We're going to adjust. These have to come off. We're going to adjust the mirror until we get some light on the subject. I might have to turn it more like this. There we go. And now we are going to focus it until we see if anything is actually crawling through this solution. Well, I can see it. I don't see anything alive. Oh, wait a minute. You know, I'm not sure if I'm seeing like waves or worms, but again, I don't see anything identifiable as bacteria. So we're going to, once again, get rid of some of those cork bits that are in there. Ew. First, let's now introduce everybody to let's go back to the I might be getting myself into some trouble here. Megacrafter, describe the smell. I don't think I can. I don't think I can. This is like, oh my. It smells. What it smells like is a rotten cork. A significantly rotten cork. I mean, you can see that the cork pretty much disintegrated into the. No, I don't dare. Ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to introduce the gentleman of the hour, if you will, our dear friend, the champion of boxes. Now, God, OBS, please don't dick with me. I've had a difficult day, so I'm going to put the listening things in. Listening things, you know what I mean by these things. Somebody help me out. What's the word I'm looking for? The listening things. The listening things. So let's see what we shall see. Okay. Boxy, you there?
Howdy doody.
Oh, there we go.
I am here. How's it going?
It's going probably great for me, a little bit better than it might be going for you. Ladies and gentlemen, the champion of boxes himself, joining us live on the stream.
How's everybody doing? I'm just in as a Zeeb.
Now, for those of you who may not know, Boxy, I can call you Boxy, right?
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah,
good. I just had to check. As I'm going to talk as I pick the remnants of the cork out of my corkscrew. Was a happy, proud resident of New Orleans until Ida came along and ruined your day. I'm going to switch to that slideshow. Why don't you tell us, in your own words, what you dealt with?
So essentially, whenever I was down there, the hurricane had hit. I was in the apartment complex of which I lived, and the hurricane had came. Like, power got shut, and all of a sudden I hear a fire alarm going off in my room. There's water dripping from it, and so I'm like, okay, let me hurry up and move some of the stuff out of the way. Thank God I did. It was a couple minutes later, entire roof caved in, completely gone. Then, same thing, but in my mother's room, completely caved in. It almost caved in the hallway as well. Like 5 more seconds, the hallway would have been gone as well. And a couple of minutes later, the living room would have been the same. We were stuck in our kitchen for the entire night of Saturday. But for the next couple of days in Louisiana weather, which is very humid and around 90 to 95 degrees with no power, insanely hot, and just kind of waiting. If you go and look anywhere, there's like power lines completely destroyed, like gone, building, like they had 2 bowling alleys where I lived. There's only now currently one bowling alley. There's no way they are rebuilding that building anymore. Yeah.
That is dreadful. I I, for one, am simply very, very, very pleased you did not get hurt. Now, you have a friend has invited you to come stay with him up in Michigan. What about Mom and the rest of your family? How they doing?
My mom and the rest of my family, they're in Louisiana still. They're with my sister, who her house is safe. They're still without power, but I'm making sure to take care of them from up here as much as I can.
Okay, taking care of them from up there. You are a very, very, very good lad. So, uh, basically, ladies and gentlemen, that's my intention tonight. If you look at the channel, there's a link up there. This young fellow, I met Boxy on VR chat. Oh, gosh, has it been a year now, something like that?
Yeah. Has it been? Jeez.
Yep.
I think so.
And I just found him such a remarkably charming and endearing and fun to be with fellow. It broke my heart to find that such a nice guy could have such misfortune befall. Well, I would like to do whatever is possible to help him out. Yes, there is insurance, and yes, FEMA has disaster funds, but take it from somebody who is in that business, those funds can be a long time in coming, and insurance
Yes.
companies are beautifully evil when it comes to finding ways to avoid paying.
Yes.
Yep. Tell me, Boxy, did an insurance adjuster come to the house to assess the damage yet, or that you know of?
They have. They have. We don't have any information as to when it's going to be or any payment or anything like that, but they have come.
Okay. Did they ask you? Now, this is very important. Did they ask you in a given room where the water came from?
I mean, I think, yes, I think they did.
And I hope you told them it came through the ceiling.
Yes. I mean, all you have to really do is just point to the ceiling that's
Good.
kind of open.
And here is why. I'm very glad you said that. And take it, as I said, take it from an old disaster serviceman. This is what these jackals do. No offense to the jackals out there. I love you all to pieces. But when my place flooded, they came in every single room. So where did the water come from here? And the answer was through the ceiling. It came through the ceiling, came through the ceiling. If the water comes through the ceiling, it's covered as storm damage. If the water falls from the ceiling in one room and flows into the living room is not covered because that is a flood. The water flowed in as a flood, but as long as you say the water came from above, that will be covered.
I didn't even know that. I appreciate the advice.
I wish to hell I had gotten in touch with you ahead of time, but it sounds like from the pictures I've seen, you probably didn't have to worry about that. It's
Yeah.
like ceiling, roof, no, okay, it came from above. Good.
And as for the apartment complex that I lived in, that they have been there for like a really long time, and we were waiting to see what they were going to do because it wasn't just my apartment.
Yeah.
Every single apartment on the second floor's roofs caved in, so we were wondering what they're going to do. They're scrapping the apartments. They're tearing them down. They're done.
Crap, the damage was that bad.
It would either spend millions of dollars to rebuild it or cut their losses.
Well, all right. The point is, you're a darling fellow. I cannot stand by and let such a darling fellow deal with these misfortunes. Guys out there, if you can donate, great, do so. If you can't afford to donate, please don't. I don't want anybody going broke. I don't want anybody doing without food to help
Yes.
us out. That's not the point. But if you can share the link, it's in the pinned, whatever the thing you have at the top of the chat. And I'll tell you what, I'm noticing we've set a goal for $5,000. That's a start. Trust me, that is a start. We're at 2,355. And I've already discussed it. So I'll tell you what. If
Oh
we
no.
if we raise if we get to a level of $4,000, I will chug this monstrosity because I did not find any, at least I didn't see any bacteria in it, so I don't think it's toxic. If we get to $5,000, I won't. So
Oh,
that's the trick. Let's see what happens out there. $4,000 for me to die, $5,000 for me to be spared.
please be careful.
Oh, don't worry. I've probably drunk worse. I know that Silver has. Ask him about the time he got himself very, very lit up here, and I slipped him a Schlitz malt liquor bull or whatever the hell that thing was, or what was that? A Pabst Blue Ribbon, but he survived. He didn't die, which I'm very glad of. So indeed, ladies and gentlemen, yeah, it's all in fun, of course, but we do want to help out this astounding young fellow. I got an email earlier on from some cynical person saying, "Oh, there's lots of people who were affected by the hurricane. How come you're helping this one out?" Well, I'll give you an answer. This guy made me smile. Every time I saw him, he made me smile. I'm just returning the favor.
Oh, I appreciate everything you've done thus far, honestly.
I ain't done nothing yet. By the way, I've never seen a cork do this before. This is impressive.
Neither have I.
Actually,
Jesus
I'm
Christ.
gonna go back. I tried to sweep it up. I'm gonna go back briefly to the drawing cam. Just this is the cork. So yeah. So indeed, let's see how things are going on the GoFundMe, and you can find the GoFundMe link in the thing. Chen Long also sent the link up there. We're at $2,405. I should probably set a time limit. It's 6:40 now. I'll tell you what. Let's call it 7 o'clock. How's that sound?
Oh, okay.
Yep. In the next 20 minutes. That's the deal. If we get ourselves to $4,000, I will chug this. If we get ourselves to $5,000, I'll dump it down the drain. If we don't get ourselves to $4,000, I will be terribly, terribly disappointed. I'm going to leave it at that. Oh, by the way, I refilled my... Boxy, you're staying at a friend's house, I understand. Has the friend
Yes.
given you access to his liquor cabinet?
He does not drink.
You poor man. Ladies and gentlemen, look at how he's suffering. He's staying with an Amish family. Are they Amish?
I mean, they have internet, so it'd be weird if he was.
He's staying with a Mennonite family. By the way, if you guys, okay, maybe now it's time to ask, because I'm still not 100% clear myself. I met this character. It came bopping up to me on VR chat. It's a zebra, and the name is the Champion of Boxes, and he's dressed in boxes. He's got a cardboard shirt and a little box on his head. Maybe it's time to tell everybody, dude, what the fuck is up with that?
I'm a big fan of boxes. What can I say? Boxes give you everything that you want. Everything comes in boxes. You order something from Amazon, you get it in a box, right?
But you're a cat. You're not a cat, you're a zebra. Aren't cats the box addicts?
I mean, I could be anything could be box addicts. Have you never seen a zebra in a box?
Well, until I met you, honestly, no.
Well, to be honest, I've always wanted to incorporate because my name has always been the champion of boxes, and I've always wanted to incorporate into that into my Sona.
Mm-hmm.
And I had absolutely no idea what I was going to be until one of my friends just bought me the horse base, and I'm like, okay, well, I guess I'm a zebra now.
Okay, bought you the horse space. That's a horse. What made you decide on zebra? Just and what's with the arrows? Is that like a FedEx thing?
Yeah, so you know how cardboard boxes have like this side up,
Yeah.
right? Yeah, that's the idea. This side up. Apparently, it looks like Avatar: The Last Airbender, unfortunately, but I mean, I don't mind it. It's a good show.
Okay. Let me give you a small piece of it. You're young. Let me give you a small piece of advice as a much older furry who's been in the fandom for a while.
Mm-hmm.
You don't want anything on your persona that says this side up. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. All right. It's okay. Right. Just I'm not going to explain any further. I just
I did not think about that until literally just now.
no. So again, we're looking to raise money to help out this fine young gentleman and his family who were on the receiving end of Hurricane Ida's dipshittery. Should we get ourselves on the GoFundMe, whose address you will see in the header of this chat window, if we reach that $4,000 window or above, I shall I shall take an entire glass of the haunted Chianti. Should we reach $5,000, that will save my life because then I'll pour it all down the drain. But we are calling it at 7:00 p.m., which is 14 minutes from now. Incidentally, by the way, if you are that wonderful, magnificent, beloved young person that gave me the bottle, thank you so much. It's the thought that counts. You had no idea you were handing me a toxic cocktail. White wines do not age. White wines rot. Look, I mean, this was the cork, remember? And again, when I looked through the microscope, there were these like long, tendrily things that were wiggling around, and I could not tell if it was a bacillus or if it was just, waves, because, temperature differential. I am not a biologist, but it did not look like a bacillus to me. What it looked like was one of those like, little fuzzy worms on a string that you kind of like make fly around. That's kind of what they looked like to me. But I don't think they were bacilli. If they were, I do have my puke bucket over here, which I'm all ready to use. So we are now at 13 minutes in our attempts to raise some money. And again, we're being silly, but if by being silly we can encourage folk to expand their generosity, that's the name of the game. You guys have been in the fandom, you know how it works. We do stupid, silly shit, and the idea is if people are laughing, they're hyper-oxygenating their brains and they can't think clearly. So you can either hyper-oxygenate your brain, and there's other ways to get you not to think clearly. But since this guy's staying with an Amish family or Mennonites or whatever the hell... Incidentally, I want to give a very, very big shout out to... can I mention the name of your friend that invited you into his house?
Yes. Go ahead.
Warren. Warren, you're a delight. Thank you so much. I was going to donate some of my frequent flyer miles to get Boxy up there, but by the time I got it all together, Warren had already stepped up. So my hat is very much off to you. I am so impressed that I very much am looking forward to seeing you at a convention. I want to throw my arms around you, and I am looking forward to having Boozy pay for your drinks.
I want to take a moment to say thank you to my friend Warren, also known as Audi. He is fantastic. I've been knowing him for 13 years. Met him on the Xbox 360 a long time ago, so it shows how long we've been friends for. This guy's always been by my side, and I want to take the time to personally thank him for helping me with everything that he's done, not just this.
By the way, I want to make a correction here. Boozy says, you do stupid, silly shit. I do highbrow, nuanced performance art. Maybe we should roll some of the video about some of the stuff Boozy has done to raise money.
I would love to see that.
We could, oh yes, and somebody's pointing out, Tezcat is reminding us about the bat. Remember Boozy and the bat?
Oh, that sounds interesting.
Oh, you didn't see that one, did you, Boxy?
I have not. That sounds interesting.
I was doing a stream, and because of social distance, COVID, and everything, it was a split screen. I was doing that with Boozy, and he's hi, I am Boozy, and damn it, Sam, and I'm gonna be folksy and talk with my Kentucky accent, and then he froze, and he was staring. I said, Boozy, what's up? He said, there's a bat. There's a bat. There's a bat in here. There's a fucking bat in my bed. There's a bat in here. And he started freaking out. This 6'6" tall, 250-pound linebacker built giant of a man is freaking out, crying, squealing, covering his head with his arms, calling his wife, QM, oh my God, QM, coming, there's a bat, oh my God, there's a bat, oh my God, there's a bat. QM, this dainty, frail scrap of a wee thing, comes down, basically gathers the bat up into their hands, puts it in a box, even goes and shows it in the camera, and Boozy's going, yeah. Boozy says, hey, I was not crying. Boozy, we have that on video. And our court recorder, Susan Deere, also drew it, if you remember.
I would love to see both of those things, to be fair.
It is on my channel. Just go back and look for the last time Boozy was on.
I will.
Yep. By the way, ladies and gentlemen, we are at 9 minutes. The idea is that we are trying to raise some money to help out this extremely, very, very worthy young fellow and his family because Hurricane Ida did a dirty on them. The little incentive I've thrown in, many of you saw, if you're just getting here late, the haunted bottle of Chianti. What is all of that? That's the cork that basically exploded when I tried to remove it. The remnants of it are still in the neck, as you can see. Well, I poured it into this glass. We are looking to raise $5,000 to help Boxy out. If we should reach the $4,000 mark, I will chug this glass. If we reach the $5,000 mark, I will not chug the glass. I'll pour it down the drain. If we do not reach the $4,000 mark at all by the top of the hour, which is 7 minutes from now, I shall be dreadfully disappointed.
No. Also, I want to comment on how cool that wine glass, in quotes, is. It's wonderful.
This is, for those of you who might be late, there's a lot of friends who have joined that I have been speaking with on VR chat of late. And yes, if you've been on VR chat, if you've encountered a little cockroach at a bar who complains about everything, that's me. That's where Boxy first met me. I was at a bar complaining about shit. I'm right, yes? Right?
Kind of, sort of.
Yes, yes. So when I first started on VR chat, of course, you have this big thing, head thing on your face, whatever, and you can't see. Well, I had a glass of wine, a nice crystal glass with wine in it, and I reached and knocked it over because you're blind. And it broke, and the wine went everywhere, and I was very upset. So I got a metal goblet, a metal wine goblet, so it wouldn't break, and it didn't break, but this must be for my German friends, yeah. But I still knocked it over. This is a heavy-walled Erlenmeyer flask, very, very stable. It's got a lid on it. It is filled with blackberry cider. Those of you who have encountered me on VR chat, when you say, Uncle Kage, what you're drinking, and I say blackberry cider, this is it. The stuff is incredible. Megacrafter says, why not send a sample of the cursed bottle to a lab to see what's exactly in there? Megacrafter, I am the lab. I could take this stuff to the lab this weekend and I could analyze it, but I think I would only do that if I actually had to drink it, because then I could tell the Poison Control Center what I've ingested. We have 5 minutes to go. In 5 minutes, I should like to reach the $4,000 point. Actually, no. I don't want to reach the $4,000 point in 5 minutes. I want to reach the $5,000 point so that I don't have to drink this shit. So that's what we're looking for. So anybody out there who has a hate on for me and wants to see me die, go ahead and donate now. Now's your chance. You've been wanting to kill me. Here is your opportunity, because your hands will be clean. I'll have done it myself. Those of you who want to foil their evil plans, you can donate on top of it. And let's see where we are right now. We are at $2,810. We are $1,190 short of the poisoning Uncle Kage to death goal. And it's 4 minutes to go. Okay, you know what? I'm going to change the terms. And you know what? It's my stream. I'm going to change the terms anyway. Here's what we're going to do. The people who want me dead, you've been wanting me dead a long time. If you didn't have the balls to send a hitman after me by now, fuck you, okay? Nobody takes Uncle Kage out but Uncle Kage. So, regardless, I'm going to extend this to 7:15. And that's the last extension. There'll be no more extensions. If we reach the $5,000 goal by 7:15, I will not... Oh, sorry. I will not drink this. If we reach $5,000 by 7:15, if that clock strikes 7:15 and we have not got to $5,000, I am going to chug this entire glass. I would say the bottle, but I would choke on... Ugh. We're just going to go with the glass, since I was able to filter out the bulk of the...
Let's just say somebody put cranberry juice in it. Just don't think about it.
If I put cranberry juice in it, it might actually congeal into a solid. Anyway, where were we? Oh, yes, here's the thing here. Camaro Cougar says, Duggo won't be getting his Christmas card this year. Why not? And Boozy says, my lawyer says, can we not taunt the people who may hire hot men? He said, can we not taunt the people who may hire hot men? I'm unclear as to why this is a problem. Oh, Hitman! He fixed it. Of course, if that was auto-corrected, we know how Boozy's phone is used to recording things, don't we? But let's talk about hiring hot men to come and take care of me, shall we? Because listen, at my age, I fucking take it where you can get it. I'm pretty desperate, all right? Why do you think I'm such a perv? Because my imagination's running away with me.
I still do have pictures of my character that you had took.
Oh, yes. Let's move right along. Let's get back to what is the total? The donate button is up at the top in that blue whatever field. It says reminder: we're going to help a friend recover from Hurricane Ida. Blah blah blah. As I quickly change the subject, we're going to see how we're doing. It is currently nearly 7:00 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. We have made the final adjustment to the terms. We are looking to reach a donation goal of $5,000 by 7:15. If we reach that goal, I will not drink a glass of the haunted Chianti. That is what the cork did when I tried to remove it. I have poured, this is approximately 5 ounces of it. If we reach that $5,000 goal, I shall be spared. I will dump all this shit down the drain and stick to my beloved blackberry cider. If we reach 7:15 and I have not seen $5,000 in the GoFundMe, I will chug that glass. And what happens after that will be all on you. If you cannot afford to donate, that's okay. We're not here to squeeze people. But if you've got friends who got extra money they're not doing shit with, tell them about this. Say, Okokage will die if you don't donate. And from the looks of this, again, I did look at it. I have a microscope here, and I did examine this under the microscope. I didn't see anything that looked overtly like toxic bacteria. But then I am a chemist, not a biologist. I wouldn't know a toxic bacteria if it crawled into my gut and killed me. So let's get back to the chat. What is the chat saying? Vivaka tried opening a bottle of red wine from 93. It had mold in it. Then you know what this smells like. It's like, oh God. It's got a very, very definitive aroma of decomposition. Wait a minute. Have you ever been to the Jersey Shore?
Oh my God.
That's it. That's what it smells like. It smells just like Ocean City in August. That's what that smell is. I knew that. So yeah, we've got Ocean City in August here. I've got an entire glass of it. There's still some cork residue, but it's okay. We are at 7:02. We want to get to. Okay, this is the weirdest thing. This is the very weirdest thing. Where I've wiped it off on the tissue, can you see it? The tissue's like disintegrating.
Oh no, that's not a good sign.
Anyway, so that's the deal, ladies and gentlemen. I have poured a glass of this. This is all in fun to help out a darling friend.
No.
If you're not here for the entertainment, if you're not here to see the silly shit, if you're not here for the drunken ramblings, we got a very, very deserving young fellow here that was dealt a bad hand. And that's what our fandom does. When somebody's dealt a bad hand, we slip him an ace under the table. So let's see what we can do.
Appreciate everybody here who has donated thus far. Seriously, everything that you've done is very appreciated.
Colby Pup, you get a prize for this. I'm going to state this so it's on the record. If the Chianti has a worm in it, the zebra might have some ivermectin for you. And Mr. Evers, I just got in, and the first sentence is, "Look, I wiped it on a tissue. What the F did I miss?" Oh, if only you do. I'll tell you what, make a donation of a couple $100. I'll tell you what you missed. And Drax says, have you boiled it to remove the... Okay, Drax, I can't boil this. First off, those cork pieces... Oh, Jesus, fuck. Don't get that near your nose. When I drink this, if I drink this, I'm going to have to definitely hold my nose. Oh, Silver Fox Wolfen, can you post linking it? It's in the pinned thing. Could somebody please repost the link so that Silver Fox doesn't have to go all the way to the top there? It is pinned at the beginning of the chat, but if somebody would like to kindly either donate, if you cannot donate, please share the link, tweet it out, send it out on the Facebook time, whatever that is. Say, Uncle Kage is fixing to poison himself if we do not reach... My God, I can smell that from here. If we do not reach that level of $5,000. And that will be at 7:15 in 10 minutes from now. There will be no additional changes to this. I am sticking to that, and my God is my... Let's start that sentence again. As God is my witness, we're going to do it. So, I think I can close the quote art end quote requests. Hopefully everybody was happy with those. If they weren't, I certainly was. I enjoyed doing those. All right. So here's I'm gonna put the slideshow back. I'm gonna ask Boxy, you, as a native of Louisiana, I know that you saw this coming. Was this something unexpected? Was this like, holy shit, nothing like this has happened before? What was your response?
Yeah. Definitely. Last year in the year 2020, I've talked to you about it before during VR chat, but we got hit in 2020 with 4 hurricanes. That's record breaking. 4. One of them was a category 4 and one of them was a category 3. The only hurricane that was equally as bad for this was Hurricane Katrina that happened in 2005. Which Hurricane Katrina was a category 5 hurricane, which is the highest level of hurricane you can get.
So you saw this coming. You took your... I'm sure you took the standard precautions. At what point did you realize this we haven't seen this shit before?
A couple of, honestly, the day it happened, really, because it was weirdly perfect weather to sort of turn it from a category 1 hurricane all the way dang near up to a category 5 hurricane in a couple of hours.
Mm-hmm.
And so, did I see this coming? To be honest, no. The worst case scenario I thought was, okay, power's going to be out for about a week potentially. Get the power back up, things will be fine. But very clearly, it was underestimated. Whereas if you live in a place like Louisiana, hurricanes are a common occurrence. So you get to a point where you're like, people have things known as hurricane parties down here, all down there all the time. Where it's like, we ain't got no power. We got a ton of food that's going out. Let's do a little barbecue.
Well, once again, it's been said before, but I feel the need to say it again. I am personally extremely very happy that nobody was hurt. Looking at the damage to your apartment, that could have been a different story had you not been undercover. Yeah,
it was very, very scary. I heard stuff rolling across the roof and I was like, okay, let me move. Let me get this stuff out of here. Let me get into a safer place, which I thought was the living room. And a couple minutes later, crashing noises in my room and in my mother's room. And so whenever the hallway started to give and the living room started to give as well, when the hurricane was still there, I thought, we were in the kitchen, I thought that I might not survive anymore, to be honest.
Well, from a scientific, from a meteorological standpoint, from the safety of North Carolina, I was watching this. What struck me was the fact that this son of a bitch made landfall and then stopped.
Yeah, and that's the crazy part. So the hurricane has an eye. If you don't know about hurricanes, they have the eye, which is generally it's still hurricane like weather, but it's really low. And it was supposed to pass over our town, but it didn't. The outer wall did. And the outer wall is the most dangerous, the most powerful winds you will see. The outer wall stopped directly over my hometown and stayed there for a really long time before it decided to move.
Well, we could get into all sorts of discussions now about global warming and climate change, but here's the thing. The folks on this stream, they're not the ones who need to hear it. The ones who need to hear it ain't gonna listen.
Unfortunately.
It is 7:10. I am looking for another. I'm looking for more donations in the next 5 minutes to reach the $5,000 goal to help out this very, very deserving, very, very charming young fellow and his dear mum. If we do not get there, I'll make good on my promise cum threat to consume a glass full of the haunted Chianti. You can, yes, for those of you just getting here, that's what happened to the cork when I opened this son. Jesus Christ, I got to stop doing that. Oh,
Every time you bring it up, it looks more and more worse.
it smells exactly like the Jersey Shore. You know when all the horseshoe crabs are like dying on the Jersey Shore, and all the bums are like throwing the used heroin needles on them. That's what it smells like. It smells like dead horseshoe crabs with heroin needles stuck in them. So, if you care about me, and if you don't care about me, if you care about this amazing young Zeeb, that's short for Zeeb. I could say Zeeb. That's not a slur. I hope. I mean,
it's not.
Okay, it's well, these days it's hard to tell. I was raised referring to Zeebs, and I'm sorry. Anyhow, we had all the warnings and stuff here in North Carolina, and the hurricane basically just kind of walked past us like, "Hey, how you doing? I'm a hurricane." We're like, "Yeah, that's cool," and then went straight to Pennsylvania. I came from Pennsylvania. I had been the emergency management coordinator of my town, and it's like, okay, none of that shit. Even I was in that role for 12 years. Nothing like that ever happened up there.
Yeah. At this point in my life, I am tired of the word hurricane, and that's why I've moved up to a place where there will be no more hurricanes.
Let's hope. We're gonna knock on wood with that one.
Yes, I'll do the same.
Yes. Okay. Just watch out for snowstorms.
Yes.
Tezcat Magic Jag. Oh, he reminds us, Horseshoe Crab and the Heroin Needles was a great band in the early 80s. Yes, Tezcat did play bass with them. They opened for the Flock of Seagulls. I remember that. I was there. Okay. It is 7:13. We are less than 2 minutes away from the imposed goal. We are at $2,840. God bless those of you who donated. Again, if you don't have the wherewithal to donate, please don't let me press you into it. That's not what this is about. This is reaching out to help a member of our community who is an outstanding member of our community that could definitely use the hand up. And it is an old, wrinkly, perverted member of our community doing something excruciatingly stupid to try to raise money, but I'm very much hoping you will save me from myself, having made this incredibly rash boast. So I am actually begging you now. I really don't want to drink this shit. So if you've been hesitating to donate, now would be the time, because we are less than 1 minute away. So let's see how things go. So, okay, here's the thing. If I drink this and die, Boxy, you can have my VR headset if I die from this shit.
I appreciate it, Kake, but I'd rather have you.
Well, aren't you sweet? That's the first time I've heard that in 30 years. Boy, I refilled this sucker. Wow. Is there a hole in this? Because it doesn't matter. It's a Winestream. Oh, wait a minute. The clock has just turned to 7:15. I am going to refresh the donation stream, the GoFundMe, and if I don't see $5,000, I'm going to make good on my threat. Here's the Haunted Chianti. I'm now refreshing it. I see $2,840. God bless all of you who donated. You're all very, very wonderful. I love you all on behalf of Boxy. Thank you very much.
I do. I appreciate it, honestly. You okay there?
Wow. That's it's a novel experience for me. Tell you what, let's Boxy, tell us some more about yourself, shall we?
Okay. Around the time, well, whenever I had met Kage, he was, I forget, it was some sort of convention. I had joined on Steel, and I was actually during a stream that Ronnie Noodle was doing. And if you care to look at that, go look up Ronnie Noodle. Yeah, some of his clips. You'll see what I'm referencing. That's for me. Oh, Jesus.
Let me. It's it.
You okay there, man? Well, as for me, I'm a guy from Louisiana. I'm from the South. I've always lived in the South. I hope he's okay.
Yes, I'm keep talking. I'm fine. I'm fine. Keep talking.
Alrighty. Well, okay. So I've become, I've somewhat recently, I guess, kind of recently now, have become a furry. I've become a furry. I started around November, December, and some of the people in chat in here, some of the people that helped turn me into, or helped me, or like Kage like to say, bring out my furry side, I should say. So for the longest time, I was 2020 was a good year for me. That's all I'm gonna say. You all right?
Yes. when did you join VR chat? When did you join VR chat?
Around the same time I became a furry. Coincidentally enough, Mega Crafter, actually met him the second day I was on VR chat. It was like I don't remember the date, but it was an insane week with a whole bunch of different people from the furry community, and you guys were all like awesome and amazing. So I just kept on hanging out more and more and more until eventually I started to realize myself I am becoming one. I am becoming one myself. So
Yes.
okay.
Yeah, I'm fine. I'm fine. I just went down the wrong way. Just went down the wrong way. I'm gonna. You said you became a furry.
Yes.
Nobody becomes a furry. You were a furry. You just found out there was a name for it, right?
I guess so. It's like I've always had appreciation. I mean, I was born in '92, so I grew up during the era of Disney, and all of the Disney animals. Putting anthropomorphic animals in everything was a thing, and eventually they released. What was it, Zootopia? To be fair, specifically, it was Beastars for me. That's what encouraged me to get on VR chat. Mr. Jonah Scott, he is an amazing guy.
Oh
I have a
yes.
higher amount of respect for him.
Yeah. Go on. Don't mind me. Also, speaking of Beastars and BS, Jonas Scott is amazing. I don't know if some of you were aware, but there is a certain voice actor who is known for voicing the American voice of Haida in Agretzko. I was not aware he's on VR chat.
Mm-hmm.
I was hanging out in the bar, and and I heard a voice, a very familiar voice, say, "Uncle Kage." It's like, dude. And I turned around, and there was this incredible. There's this amazing Haida avatar with the perfect voice, and I said, "Wait, dude, is that Ben Diskin?" He's like, "Yeah." Like, damn. And yes, I'm going to agree with Jared Merrick. Ben Diskin is a beautiful human being.
Yes, I agree with that also.
Keep these people busy for a moment here, Boxy.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, whenever I was, to continue the story a bit, whenever I had joined, he was wearing his Haida outfit, character. I don't know if it's custom built or whatever, but in VR chat, he had his custom character. And I kind of just saw him chilling there. And, in VR chat, you're not really thinking too much about who somebody is. So I just saw him like, oh, okay. Hey, that's a cool character. And I think it was Kage who was like, yeah, no, that's actually Ben Diskin. I'm like, wait, actually, for real? Yes, the real Ben Diskin. So I tried. I did. I wished I had gotten a picture now, but the only thing I got was I still have this picture. It's literally just fingers. That's all I have of Ben Diskin's two fingers.
Wait a minute. You got a picture of Ben Diskin's fingers. What the hell was going on?
Well, I was taking a picture of somebody else, and his fingers just so happened to be in the shot. I didn't think to take a picture at that moment in time.
By the way, T'Challa, everything's fine. It just, like I said, it went down the wrong way. I just had to cough a little bit. Everything's fine. Thank you all very much. Those of you who donated, thank you. Yes, it's all in fun. It's all a show. It's all play. on okay, I will not speak for the champion of boxers. I shall speak for myself. I am very grateful to all of you for having donated.
No, it's honestly, I appreciate whether or not you were able to donate and you just shared it, or you were able to donate however much. I very greatly appreciate every single penny that has been gotten, and is definitely going to go to a good place of helping me be able to restart my life.
And I want to point out, if we reach $5,000 now, I'm going to be fucking pissed. Just wanted to say. But anyway, I would love to convince Ben. He's okay. He's a voice actor. He's very, very busy. I'd love to convince him to call into the show sometime. He was the guest of honor at Anthrocon in 29. Was it 9? He recently, last year, I think. And as we were getting ready for opening ceremonies, I'm good friends with Zeke Heine. You guys have seen Zeke on this stream before. And I said to Ben, you know, it would be amazing if you would you like to wear like the Zeke Heine fursuit head for your introduction? And he said, no, that's okay. I said, okay, I'm not going to push the man. He doesn't want to. And that was half an hour before opening ceremonies. Half an hour later, I went backstage, and there's a Haida fursuit back there. I thought, oh boy, somebody found a Haida fursuit. And I went up and I said hi, and I heard Ben Diskin's voice coming out of it, and I said, you motherfucker. That's what I said to him. That's exactly what I said to him. So yes, if you look at the fursuit parade for Anthrocon 2019, there's Haida right at the beginning. That's Ben Diskin. That's our man. He was great.
I was surprised to find out like how, because I looked him up on IMDb. I was surprised to find out like he's been acting since he was literally a baby.
Yeah.
That's insane to me.
Oh well. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm back. Yeah, I'm fine. Yeah. So okay. I'm gonna let Boxy go just in case we have to end the stream precipitously. I don't think we will, but we're. Anyway, any final comments from the champion of boxes to the wonderful, amazing audience of furries here?
I'd like to say thank all of you who donated. I appreciate it. If you didn't donate, that's okay. I completely understand. And honestly, to everybody in the furry community, I appreciate it. You guys have changed my life in general. So I appreciate all of you.
I could not have said it better myself. Boxy, your community is here. You need us, just yell. We'll do what we can.
I appreciate it.
The goal, the GoFundMe, it's a number. We're here to help you out. Hopefully, this will get you through the monetary portion. But money is only a part of this community. You've got thousands of shoulders out there that you can lean on, and I hope you will take advantage of it.
I will. I appreciate all of you, seriously. Thank you for changing my life.
Oh, wow, you are such a sweetheart. Boxy, I look forward to seeing you online, and I swear to God, the very, very moment we have the pleasure of meeting in real life, it would be my absolute honor to have you buy me a drink.
My goal is to make it to the next Anthrocon.
Mine too.
That is my goal.
All right. Thank you very much, Boxy. Ladies and gentlemen, the champion at box is here on our stream live.
Bye.
Good night.
Appreciate you guys. Good night.
Ah, what an amazing zebra he is. And again, it was all fun for many of you. I'm not going to do that again, by the way. That was a one-off. We're gonna put that down to a life lesson, shall we say? Let's get back to the tape wheel. Shit we do on this stream. I can get rid of the ear things now, can't I? All right. By the way, if you still want to donate, please do so. I will. Pardon. I will elaborate further on the email that I got earlier from a person that took umbrage to the fact that I had singled out one furry out of God knows how many that were affected by the storm. And I wrote back to him and I said, I can't argue with you. Yes, I singled one person out because I can't help everyone. My God, I wish I could. I wish I was independently wealthy. I wish I was Bill Gates or whoever the hell that rich guy is today. But I'm not. I'm just a guy. I'm just a guy who, for whatever the hell reason, seems to have a talent for getting people to donate money. And I use that judiciously where I can. And this guy wrote back, I can't remember I could look it up, but, at this point, I think I just blocked him. He was a jackass anyway. Something to the effect of, making a difference, there's so many people, blah, blah, blah. I used to work in wildlife rehabilitation. You guys have seen the pictures of Red, my old hawk, the hawk I used to work with. Back in my days as wildlife rehabber, we used to share a story about an old man on a beach where the high tide had stranded hundreds of thousands of starfish, and they were stuck on the beach, and the sun was going to rise and they're going to die, and the old man was going along the beach and very, very slow with his poor, pained, arthritic back. He was bending down and picking up starfish one at a time and as best he could, throwing them back into the water. And a young man came by, and he thought this was very funny, and he said to the old man, "Why are you wasting your time? There's hundreds of thousands of starfish stranded on this beach. There are hundreds of millions of starfish in the ocean. You're obviously expending a lot of energy you can't spare to take care of them one at a time. What difference could it possibly make?" And the old man slowly bent and picked up one more starfish. And as he threw it in the ocean, he looked at the young man in the eye and he said, "It matters to this one." Well, if you want to give me shit for not helping out every single person in the world that was affected by the hurricane, again, I wish I did. But as I said at the beginning, there's one who made me smile, and I owe it to him to return the favor. So here's to you, Boxy. All of you who donated, God bless you. I love you all to pieces. Those of you who wanted to donate but couldn't, God bless you. I still love you all to pieces. This is not about numbers. This is not about what you did. It's about caring. And the very fact that we've got so many people who care here tonight, that just reinforces my faith in this community. And I noticed Drax, my favorite demon of temptation, saying, that was indeed very fun. I think you should do it again for science to test the validity of the experiment. Shall I show you the... No, I'm not going to show you the bucket. But you can tell exactly what I had for dinner as well. Okay, Drax, I'm going to give you a very, very, very polite sod off, you chav. How's that? Science guy says puke bucket shot when I get $10,000. I get $20,000 in the GoFundMe by the end of this stream. Yeah, I'll take a shot of the puke bucket, so screw you. Oh. Let's see. Did anybody see what I did with my glasses? Whatever, fuck. Okay. Unita says, what was it he drank again? Well, we're not going there. Azri. Hello, Azri from Megaplex 2021. Very, very good to see you. Thank you for joining us on the stream tonight. Haiku Art, you didn't drop them in the bucket, did you? Maybe I should put the I don't need these. I'll just put them there. We are going to put the rest of the... we're just going to dump... I can state with all due certainty you probably have never seen a wine stream much like this before. Vavaka says they're going in the dishwasher. No, Vavaka, I'm calling the optometrist and getting a new pair on Monday. That's what we're doing. Osri saying, what's your favorite story time panel? It might wind up being this one. Holy shit. Science guy says, a picture of the puke bucket. Okay, no. This is YouTube. Okay, even I got standards, all right? Oh, Rocket Coyote had an eye exam today. Yay! A change of subject, thank God. How did your eye exam go? Please tell us. And Bowmaker Fox, you know it's good when you've raised $2,800 and puked in a bucket at the end of the day. Well, if there were any toxins in that bottle, they're gone now. Oof. But you know, I still have cider. I've still got cider. And this is 93.5% water, so it's like I'm drinking water. Citrine. Oh, Citrine. Very good to see you. I can't put my glasses on, so we're in very much the same boat, you and I, my friend. Ladies and gentlemen, Citrine Husky is going to be guest of honor at MCFC. And I wish to God I could go. The problem is this whole fucking COVID pandemic thing. Alamo City Furry Invasion invited me to be a guest months ago. Because they had to delay the convention, MCFC wound up on the same weekend. I had already committed to ACFI, which it breaks my heart because I've been going to Motor City since day one. This is going to be the first one I've had to miss. But a commitment is a commitment. I know the con's in good hands with Citrine. My boy, knock him dead, and I know you will. And Drax says, I would say that I warned you, but that would be a lie. I'm evil like that. Well, the thing is, Drax, I think you actually did. I'm thinking back, and I think you actually did warn me, but I didn't listen because you're a demon of temptation. Why the hell should I listen to you? Well, for the first time in my frickin' life, I should have. Mr. Hatman is asking, are you postponing all conventions for now? No, I am not. I am being judicious in the conventions I attend. Alamo City FurCon in San Antonio, Texas, has invited me to be a guest. And I accepted the invitation. Their governor is a syphilitic madman who is trying to kill the entire constituency of his state. Why am I still going to ACFC, Alamo City Furry Invasion? Because they are not the governor of Texas. They are good folk. They are wonderful furries. They are trying their damnedest to bring smiles to people under crushingly difficult circumstances. It is incumbent upon me to help them in that endeavor. So that's why I'm going. Vavaka says I should be receiving 5 bottles of sake on Tuesday. Good for you, Vavaka. That thing we talked about, I very much look forward to discussing it further. Mr. Hatman says, as someone said, that 1 star on the flag is actually a review. I will not judge the state of Texas, much as I want to. Yeehaw. Oh, Snowflake is here. Hello, Snowflake. How are you? Onyx Flame says, I'm not drinking tonight. I'm sorry, dear. Should I take tramadol or just stick to the cocodamol? I'm not a pharmacist. I am not actually familiar with those 2 names. I could look them up and I can give you my opinion as a chemist, but I am not qualified to advise you on the pharmaceutical aspects of them. I wish I could. Redacted just joined. Redacted, you missed. I've never thrown up on a Winestream before. This is a first, and hopefully it'll be the last, because you know how when you throw up and it goes into your sinuses, and I think there's pieces of cork in my sinuses right now. Pandez is here. Hi, Pandez. How are you? Guess what you missed? Never mind. You don't want to know. Onyx Flame, address your question to Pandez. He is both a pharmacist and Canadian. He will answer you. I think there are bits of cork in my sinus. Moving right along. Once again, we've had our fun. We've had our silliness. We've had our, isn't this crazy? But there is, in the end, still a very, very deserving, darling friend of mine that we are trying to help get through a trying circumstance. So, pardon, in the chat, wherever the hell the chat is for you, there is a link to a GoFundMe. If you're just getting here, check out that GoFundMe. If you've got a few extra dollars, go ahead and send them out there. If you don't have a few extra dollars, it's okay. It's the thought that counts. If you can't send money, send good thoughts. Because the one thing I've learned about this community is that the love, the good thoughts, the well wishes of the furry community, in some circumstances, can be just as powerful as cash. That doesn't mean it's a substitute, but you understand where I'm going there. Yeah. Well, Vosta says, point to your left, Kage. That's where the chat is here. Is that right? Yes. Yeah. I'm going to go visit the little room again. And I'm going to remember once again to mute the microphone this time. So you'll pardon me. We're going to leave substitute Ronnie to handle the chat for me. Give me about 450 milliliters worth of time. I'll be right back. Am I back on? Am I back on? Sorry? Yes. All right. So what did Ronnie talk about while I was gone? Here we go. He probably said, oh, hey buddy. And Boozy says, I believe that if right now a large donation was made to the stuffed Ronnie, it would be hilarious. So you're saying if a giant donation was made to the fucking stuffed Ronnie after I just practically firebombed my guts for you people, maybe I should check the total. Thank God, no. At least as far as I can tell. There is a small lag. We're going to go with no. All right. Vivaka says, Ronnie commented on your poor taste in Chiantis. We're just going to leave it in there, shall we? Hang on. Yes. I've noticed there are some folks have been asking. Because what would a Winestream be without the various national anthems of the various supportive countries for our various Patreon patrons in here? Thomas Fuchsbell says that was white wine. No, Tom, that was a Chianti that had gone past its prime. I'm still feeling it. Boozy says another $500. We get 10 solid minutes of the faux Ronnie instead of Kage. Okay, I'm going to remind you of who the fuck is running this stream. I don't know what the hell you're after, boy, but this is my show. Thank you very much. Dave Nevia says, what would it take to get you to read a story of mine? Well, I couldn't raise money to goddamn puke in a bucket. You better give me a bunch of money. Maybe I'll read the story. Oh, let's see. Camaro Cougar says, if he sings that song, I'm going to punish you on his... Well, what song is that? I missed something when I was out peeing. Slippery Stallion says, the International, the International, perhaps. Yeah. Ist das nicht ein Nudelberg? Ja, das ist ein Nudelberg. Yeah, you mean like that? We could do that. Yeah, certainly. Yeah. Wait a minute. Okay, wait. Hang on. Time out. Excuse me. What the hell's going on? Boozy's like, $1,000 I get to run Kage stream. What? Wait a minute. You guys are, okay. There's no deal making in my stream. This is my stream. You guys are not, okay, I don't know what the hell is going on. Just whatever the hell it is, stop it. Yep. T'Challa says, how much for stuffed Ronnie to do a pole dance? Well, let's see. Well, you're not getting that for free, are you? You'll make up a number. We'll figure it out. Mr. Hatman says, I am a bowler hat. No, you are not, Mr. Hatman. I am a bowler hat. Thank you very much. Pandez says, I'll donate $6.90 if you pull up Daniel Radcliffe. She'll be coming round the mountain on your phone. This phone? Okay, are we talking like YouTube? I don't know what we're doing here. Daniel Radcliffe, she'll be coming round the mountain. Let's do this. Daniel. Aniel Radc. There it is. Daniel Radcliffe, she'll be coming round the mountain. Okay.
She'll be coming round the mountain when she comes. She'll be coming round the mountain.
What the hell?
When she comes.
Holy smokes, is that the Reverend? What's he doing up there?
Is that?
Look at those dead shark eyes. Does he even know where he is?
I think he's just completely out of his mind at this point.
The mountain when she comes.
Oh my God!
She'll be driving 6 white horses when she comes. She'll be driving 6 white horses when she comes. She'll be driving 6 white horses. She'll be driving 6 white horses. She'll be driving 6 white horses when she comes.
Oh my God! I find this strangely Okay, it's very, very rare that I have this reaction to things. Oh my God. Oh. Tip. Wow. Oh my God. Bookmarked for later. Oof. Yeah, at my age, it's a rarity. We're just saying, you know. It's. Sorry, Ronnie. We'll just. Oh my God. Oof. Let's see what the channel's talking about. Are you sure you want to use that rag after you use it to fix your glasses? Oh my god. Oh shit, you're right. Well, okay, this rag's been used for worse, but we're just okay. Vice and Wolf is asking, you could choose to be a different nationality other than American. All right, what can I find in the magic flag bin, whatever here? I'd like to be French. Where the hell's the French flag? Here it is. Right. Allons, enfants de la patrie, le jour de gloire est arrivé. Contre nous de la tyrannie, l'étendard sanglante élevée, l'étendard sanglante élevée. Entendez-nous dans les campagnes, mugir ces féroces soldats. Il vient jusque dans nos bras, égorger nos fils et nos compagnes. Aux armes citoyennes, formez vos bataillons, marchons, marchons, qu'un sang impur à preuve nous séons. Play ball! Camaro Cougar says, you want to be friends so you can be invaded all day long. Look, Camaro, I've said, at my age, you take it where you can get it, all right? What the hell? Bowmaker Fox, if you could have 12 pounds or a jar of dirt, which would you have? Well, okay, Bowmaker, I would take the 12 pounds unless the dirt contained gold ore from California. Then I would take that dirt. Other than that, we'll stick with the, By the way, have we any Australians in the channel right now? I'll give you 30 seconds because I am feeling inclined to sing the Australian national anthem, which I am very, very familiar with. So if there's any Aussies here, I won't. But if there are no Aussies here, I will. Well, either Aussies are not here or they took too fricking slow, so it's their own goddamn fault. So, ladies and gentlemen, please rise the national anthem of Australia. Big Bonnie Fish became suddenly rich, got a big fancy house in Melbourne, with buckets of loot and big black leather boots, acting so haughty and well-born. But we of Australia are children of convicts. Some of us wear it quite proudly. So as he rides by in his carriage so fine, I wave and I call to him loudly. Everyone now. Was your grandma a whore? Was your grandpa a thief? Were they forgers and grafters that fell to their grief? If you're born of Australia, I know how you be. You're the son of a scoundrel like me. Madam McKay loves the men from the sea. She says that they're good for business. Her daughters are found in a section of town known for a certain rudeness. And the cops paid a call, and the judge said, "That's all. It's time for a new profession." Marie laughed out loud and in front of the crowd. She said, "Judge, would you answer one question?" Everyone. Was your grandma a whore? Was your grandpa a thief? Were they forgers and grafters that fell to their grief? If you're born of Australia, I know who you be. You're the son of a scoundrel like me. Play ball! Weisselmuth says, "I wish to know what the song is." Weisselmuth, that is the national anthem of Australia. If you watch the Olympics, you will see that played anytime the Aussies win a medal, if they ever won any medals. All right. De Charles says, "The appropriate way to sing the French national anthem is at Rick's Cafe in Casablanca." I would need somebody here singing the counter harmony. I need the German imperial flag for that. German imperial flag, German imperial flag, German imperial flag. Close enough. Es lieb Vaterland, magst ruhig sein, lieb Vaterland, magst ruhig sein. Versteht und treu die Wacht am Wein. Versteht und treu die Wacht am Wein. And that's when the Czechoslovakian guy, played by the Englishman, who has a very heavy English accent, not a Czechoslovakian accent, comes up and starts singing, "Play the Marseillaise, play it." And the band looks at Humphrey Bogart, and then they play the Marseillaise, and he sings it back. Drax is going to Fort Pistis. Good night. And Fort Pistis, Drax, thank you for joining us tonight. Let's see. And Weisselmuth says it's Die Wacht am Rhein. Die Wacht am Rhein. Yeah. What else do I got here? Okay, I could sing the Welsh national anthem, but, well, okay, it's politically awkward because, you know, sorry. There's a little something coming back on me. I could sing the... Pardon me just a moment. Terribly sorry about that, ladies and gentlemen. Brief interlude while we attended to some matters. Matters of state, and those matters have been attended. So thank you very much for your patience. We do apologize. We are now going to sing the Welsh national anthem. Everybody join in if you know the words. What's the use of drinking tea, indulging in sobriety, anti-total perversity? It's healthier to booze. What's the use of milk and water? These are things that never ought to be allowed in any quarter. Come on, lose your blues. Mix yourself a shandy. Drown yourself in brandy. Sherry sweet or whiskey neat or any kind of liquor that is handy. There's no blinking sense in drinking anything that doesn't leave you stinking. There's no happiness like sinking blotto to the floor. Play ball! All right, we're back. Thank you very much. We just had that brief interlude for the Western. Yes. Sam Preston says, "Are you okay, Uncle Kay?" Sam, I am as right as rain. If by rain we're talking about the rain that Hurricane Ida used to destroy our friend's home. Once again, part of the fun of this stream is seeing what funds we can raise for a darling fellow. If you look in the whatever the hell that thing is at the top of the chat, somebody help me out here. All right, here's the bottom line. You can raise money, great. If you give money, great. If not, you don't need to. Just enjoy the shit. Camaro Cougar, Loch Lomond. Okay, help me out here, guys. American Education System. Loch Lomond, which one is it? Are they the same thing? What the fuck? Left or right? Which one is it? This one? All right, we'll go with this one. Why the hell not? All right. My God, I so wish Fox Moore was here to join us, but I have it on good authority that our beloved Fox is actually taking a weekend up in the Highlands tonight to relax, clear his head. So, Fox, I know you're not watching because they don't have freaking internet access up in the Highlands, but when you get back, if you're watching this, I adore you, my boy. You are like a little brother to me, meaning I want to punch you all the time. So here we go. You take the high road, and I'll take the low. And I'll be in Scotland before ye. But me and my true love will never meet again on the bonny, bonny banks of Loch Lomond. In the event of sudden loss of cabin pressure, the panel above your head will open automatically. Grasp the mask firmly, breathe normally. You'll take the high road and I'll take the low, and I'll be in Scotland before ye. But me and my true love will never meet again on the bonny, bonny banks of Loch Lomond. Play ball! All right. Onyx Flame says they're the same flag. You sure this one looks kind of darker than that one? There's another one around here somewhere. This is like, we have like the reverse. Oh, for fuck's sake. Oh, there it is. So, how's everybody doing tonight? Keto Dragon Fox. Hey, Kage. Keto's wife here. Pardon me, I dropped the mouse. Right. Pardon, for fuck's sake. God damn it. All right. Sorry. Okay, I'm sorry. What was the question? Here we go. Keto's wife. Where you obtain the cider you're drinking tonight. Okay, Keto, this cider which badly needs to be refilled, I obtained from a local little place here in Cary, North Carolina, called Ingenuity Brews. Now, they do not make this cider. The cider is called Black Widow Blackberry Cider. I'm trying to remember the name of the brewery that makes it. I believe they're local here in North Carolina. But it is, yes, Black Widow Blackberry Cider. It is carried here locally by Ingenuity Brews, which is one of the reasons I love the place. One of the many reasons I love the place, and I support them because, as I told the owner, if you guys go out of business, I'm not going to be able to get my fix. So that's why I'm trying to keep them in business. Twix says, can we talk about your car's extended warranty real short? Okay, no. How's that? You're evil, Twix, and you know it. My Erlenmeyer flask is empty. If you would all excuse me for a moment, I'm going to go refill it. Or I could get the bottle and refill it here. Would you prefer I refill it in the kitchen off screen, or shall I refer it here where all of you can see? I'll leave it at that. Yum, yum. Waiting for the answer here. Rescuer is talking as Peter Cook, Dudley Moore, and all the members of the Goon Show. And Haley on the Prodigy. I meant to mention after one of your panels in Megaplex when you claimed the table for the state of North Carolina. Forget. Oh wait, you're from North Carolina. I did not know we had Protogens here in North Carolina. Kamara Cougar. How does one spell Meyer flask? Okay, Kamara Cougar. It is German. E-R, Len Meyer. Erlenmeyer. Professor Erlenmeyer created this flask. Such a simple design, but he added his name to it. So this is an Erlenmeyer flask. I'll be right back. And I saw a question. Let me answer that later. All right. And I'll take the low road. By the way, I try very, very, very hard to stay very quiet because I have downstairs neighbors. They're an absolutely capital couple, older couple, by which I mean my age, retired folk. I try to tread lightly and not disturb them, but I'm kind of hoping that one of these days they'll come up and say, aren't you being awful loud, so I can invite them onto the stream, because they really are wonderful. I've had drinks with them. They're very, 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 very sweet. Maybe next. Whoa. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, when you're pouring a carbonated beverage, pay attention. Make sure you pour it down the sides. You see what kind of shit happens here. Okay, we're just gonna have to wait for this to go down. I'm sorry, I was paying attention to the camera and not to my pour. Okay, where were we? Okay. I was going to put my glasses on, but they're covered with spew, so shit. Matthew Otter, how much would you sell Cerberus for in an auction? Okay, I love Cerberus. He is one of the guardians of my house. If you want my Cerberus, this would be a 4-digit auction, honestly. In order to get me to part with one of the guardian spirits of my home, this would definitely be a 4-digit auction. On the other hand, if you were willing to pay 4 digits for these 3 good boys here, I could guarantee good fortune to your home, because you don't have just one spirit, you have 3 of them, safeguarding the welfare and the happiness of everybody therein. Mr. Hatman, do you plan to come to California for any cons soon, particularly LA? I've not been invited, Mr. Hatman. So in general, I can only attend conventions that I've been invited to as a guest, because they don't pay scientists like they used to. In fact, I did a calculation recently. Yay! Doctorate in chemistry from Dartmouth with a postdoc at University of Chicago, 30 years experience with a PhD. Adjusted for inflation, my salary is exactly the same salary I made in the first job I had when I first stepped out of graduate school as a beginner. That's the kind of demand there is for talented scientists these days. Katie's here. Oh, hello, my darling niece, Katie. My little bitty baby niece who has children of her own. Zachary says hi, although I have earbuds in and he can't hear you. I'll tell you what. That's just for Zachary. Katie, you got here late. You didn't get to see me puke into the trash can. There's a story behind it. I'll tell you at Thanksgiving. Charles says, how about the Fredonia national anthem? Hail, hail, Fredonia, land of the brave. And that's about as far as they ever get, as far as I understand. Yeah. What's good? I should adjust these lights. Okay, I've got the giant. Okay, you guys who have been on the stream, Vivaki, you know those big white lights. I put them up high and had them come down so that I would have light for the microscope. But my God, it's like stage lights here. This is crazy. All right. Onyx Flame says, why am I so accident prone? I don't know. Do you still jog around the local lake? Yes, I did so this morning, as a matter of fact. 2.5 miles every single day I jog, except the days I don't, which is the days it's raining. Yeah. Max the Kit, I'm trying to learn German. Well, Max the Kit, it depends on what country you're from. If you're French, there are 2 phrases. Okay, if you're French, there's 2 phrases you should know. Nicht schießen, nicht schießen. Kamerad, Camarade. Make sure you learn those. Let's see. Dave Nevius. Okay, yes, you've got me. Yes, microbiologists make more than chemists because microbiologists can tell what's in that goddamn turned booze. Holy shit. All right. Max the Kid says, I got stupid drunk last night. I should have waited for the stream. It's okay. You're here now. It doesn't matter. Thank you very much for joining us, Max. And incidentally, those of you who are just joining, you missed the fun, but not the opportunity. A member of our community, not just any member of our community, the creator of one of the most endearing characters I have ever run across in furry fandom, the champion of boxes, a native of Louisiana, ran afoul of the wrath of Hurricane Ida. His home was destroyed. He and his mother were not injured, thank God, but find themselves in need of assistance. Yes, there is insurance. Yes, the Red Cross is there, the fucking crooks. Yes, FEMA has funds available, but they don't cover everything and they are slow in coming. If you are just joining this stream, if you look in the chat channel, there is a link at the top for a GoFundMe for the champion of boxes, a darling zebra friend of mine. If you have the wherewithal, I'm not going to say if you care to donate because I know all of you do. If you have the wherewithal, if you have the capability, please do donate. If you don't, that's fine. The stream will continue and no one will think the less of you, because the entire idea of helping someone out, it's not predicated on numbers. It doesn't boil down to, well, you only gave $1 or you didn't give $1. If you don't have $1 to give, but you send a word of encouragement to somebody who's lost his home, in some cases, that can be worth more than that $1. So I know this fandom. I know this community. I'm not going to preach to you. You don't need it from me because you guys also know who you are. If you can help, great. If you're not able to, just as great. Give an encouraging word. Let's see. Ace says, which wine goes best with a Primanti sandwich? Okay, Ace, we're talking Primanti Brothers in Pittsburgh. What wine goes best with a Primanti Brothers sandwich? You want a white Zinfandel that comes out of a box with a spigot at the bottom that you drink out of a glass that used to be a jelly jar. What wine goes best with Primanti Brothers sandwich? We're talking the big 5-liter Franzia bottle. That's what it would be. Mr. Hatman, because you're a Hatman, I shall put my hat on because you ask a very good question. I'm going to say this very loudly. Mr. Hatman says, if you were to recommend people to volunteer for something or a specific organization, what would you recommend? Not just hurricane related, but anything. That's an excellent question, Mr. Hatman, and I'm very grateful you asked it. A specific organization, there's so many of them out there and so many of them are crooks. To volunteer for something, there's lots of organizations. There's lots of groups. There's lots of send your money here. But take it from an old disaster man. Those groups are great. Those organizations are great. They have their role. If they're honest, wonderful. If they're not, fuck 'em. But sometimes when shit has come down, when a house has been destroyed, when a neighborhood has been wiped out, when somebody has pulled themselves from the rubble and they're sitting there staring at the fragments of their lives, having lost everything. It's not the groups, it's not the organizations. It's the neighbor who comes up and puts a blanket on their shoulders and says, I'm here to help. Just tell me what I need to do. You know, very often you don't have to do anything beyond that point, because right then and there, that's what your neighbor needed. They didn't need an organization. They didn't need a group. They needed a neighbor, a friend, to reach out and say, I'm here for you. And in times of disaster, and I've seen a lot of it, quite frankly, that is the most valuable commodity. In my days with the Red Cross, I think the greatest reward I ever got, the greatest sense of worth I ever had, was in just putting a blanket over the shoulders of a shivering old lady and saying, you've had a hell of a day, ma'am, but we're going to take care of you. That's what matters. And take that as you will. Let's see. There are various people in the channel stating their opinions of various organizations. I won't repeat them here. Your experiences, I certainly respect. But the purpose of this channel is not to take sides. However, if you are reading the comments in the channel, please do take those to heart. Because I know for a fact that people who are looking at this channel tend to be very big-hearted people. I'm sorry, that's just true. That's what I see when I look at this list. So we'll just let people make their own decisions. Melkin, 27. I've always heard that wise words come from old sages who enjoy their wine. I just wish to hell we could find one right now, because we could use some wise words. Bowmaker Fox is asking, what is your hat preference if the bowler weren't an option? Well, you can't see my hat collection up there. In the summertime, it is the straw boater. Failing the bowler, it would be a good black felt fedora. That is my choice. I'm going to follow up what I said before. You may find yourself in a situation, and it can happen. It happened to me a couple of weeks ago. You may find yourself in a situation where shit is going down. There's an accident. There's a fire in your neighborhood. A building collapse. It can be anything. If you find yourself in that gaggle of people who have gathered and are gawking, and you see the affected folks, the family, the old lady, the mom, the dad, the kids, sitting there watching their home burn, or watching it fall off the mountainside, or watching it disappear into the winds. You do not have to be a member of an organization. You do not have to be a representative of anything. At that moment, your greatest power is to go up to them, take off your coat, put it on their shoulders, put your hand on their shoulder and say, I'm here for you. As human beings, as civilized members of modern society, that is the number one greatest treasure you can bestow upon your neighbors. The hand on your shoulder, and I am here for you. Remember that. It doesn't take any special training. It doesn't take any card that says I am part of this. Just tell folks who need it, I'm here to help. And not only will you have a friend for life, but you will have a guaranteed spot in heaven. Take it from me. Artemis Valentine says, was that hat purchased in Portland by chance? As a matter of fact, it was. This hat was purchased in Portland. Funny you should mention that. Matthew Otter is asking, how did your latest furry convention go? It went very well. It was Indie FurCon. They went to great lengths to ensure that folks were safe, that this was not going to become an event that would be famous for the wrong reasons. I don't know if Pandez is still watching. Okay, I hope he's not, because Pandez is too goddamn Canadian. You can't praise the man. You can't give him compliments, because he always is like, oh, well, I'm Canadian, eh, buddy, and it was my staff, and I'm not worth all this. Pandez was an absolute hero at Indie FurCon this past time around. The way he juggled holding his staff together, keeping his people happy, keeping his people safe, it was a masterwork. And if he wasn't so fucking Canadian, it would go down in history as a textbook example of how under duress a furry convention chairman should handle things with grace and aplomb. He did a spectacular job. And I'm only saying that because I don't think he's here right now. And I can talk about it behind his back. But let's put it this way. There is nothing I would not do for that man. I would even have, oh shit, he's still here. Yeah, okay, yeah, Pandas did okay. Yeah, whatever. So, yeah, fuck it. Okay, moving right along. What's the next question? Okay. Matthew the Otter says, Loli. Well, if you're into those things, Matthew, that's okay. It's the 21st century. If you want your lolis, you can do that. Okay, go have fun. Yeah. Oh, Vicen Wolf is going to bed. Good night, Vicen. Thank you for joining us tonight. Unexplained. Boozy, you're spreading rumors at this point. There is unexplained. It pains me, my darling, that you yourself are in pain. I very, very much hope that whatever combination of pharmaceuticals are available to you from the pharmacopoeia of Her Majesty's government, will make it great for you. If not, try some of this blackberry cider. It's great shit. Anyway. So, Boozy says, I've been here. He was just pooping. Well, thank you for sharing that with us, Boozy. It is very important that all of us know that you were okay, wait, stop. Okay, stop. Time out. Excuse me. Mr. Badger has been making these statements all night long that a sheriff stole his cigarettes. Mr. Badger, are you available on Skype to bring your voice on here? Because you keep spreading this story about a sheriff stealing your backup cigarettes and, well, I could ask you to type it in, but, okay, we want to talk about the sheriff stealing your cigarettes, not your bowel movement. I want to clarify. I want to make sure I clarify right now. We are interested in the sheriff stealing your vape, lighter, and smokes. We are not interested at all in your bowel movements. We are not interested in any descriptors of, oh no, you don't need a shirt. We're just going to get your voice. See, here's the thing. Since we were so successful in getting the Zeeb on here, I thought, oh, Katie's going to bed. Good night, Katie. Put the boys to bed. Tell them this was not your great Uncle Sam. This was an imposter. Tell them this was the Boozy Badger impersonating your great Uncle Sam. He's still a great man that you need to respect, and you shouldn't be watching his wine streams. Make sure they know that. Yes. Okay. So here's the thing. I think that I can. If I go to this, I think that I can bring Boozy into this, but he's not only has to be like sober. Yes, Katie says they've heard none of this. It was the guy in Pennsylvania. It wasn't their Uncle Sam. Their Uncle Sam is a upstanding, respectable scientist who doesn't puke into his wastebasket on camera. It was the Badger in, like, frickin' Harrisburg that did that shit. Make sure they know that. Good night, Katie. And Helion the Protogen points out the other day was indeed the unknown furry's 20th birthday. I did not realize that. Holy shit, it's true, it was. All right. We're going to attempt something here. Give us a second, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to try some shit. And this might work and it might not. I'm hitting the down arrow and shit's not happening. Give us a second, pardon me. We're working on it. This is called technical difficulties. Where the wait a minute, hang on, I need to hear things. Is that you bloated cunt? I mean, my dear friend? Hang on. Hang on. I need to. I don't know if we're in the. Hang on. Okay, we're gonna try to get you into the thing here. I'm working on it. Say something inflammatory.
Something inflammatory.
Okay, do you guys hear the lawyer, or is it just me? I'm waiting for the. I'm waiting for the.
I love that. Do you hear the lawyer, or is it the lawyer in your head is talking to you?
Okay, apparently they can hear you.
Oh, wonderful. So as I was saying, it was loose, not too firm, and
No. Stop. We're not talking about your bowel movements. We wanted to talk about your opinions on the legal thing that everyone's talking about.
you mean which legal thing that everyone is talking? Oh my God, you got to narrow it down.
Well, you know that one, the one that you know the one about the
You don't keep up with legal news at all, do you? Yeah,
let's sing a song.
Here I am out here finding out about how vaccines interact with the sides of syringes and the rubber stoppers, and you don't even take an interest in my career.
Well, no, dude, I don't know. Interactions of vaccines and stoppers, that's my business. How it affects the people, that's your business.
Yeah. Just don't let anybody tell. Like, I've had phone calls recently. It's my work is applying a vaccine mandate, and if I don't get it and they fire me, will I get unemployment? And I say probably not. And they say, well, what can I do? And it's taking every bone in my body to not yell back at them, get the vaccine. There's another option beside being unemployed.
What's the other option?
Get the vaccine.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Okay, Boozy, my darling, beloved, young friend here. You kept intimating in the chat something about a sheriff confiscating your property. What the hell happened to you?
You mean Sheriff McRobaboozy? Yeah. So for the past, oh God, it is September of 2021. Year and a half, a lot of court has been done online, like a whole lot of court. Even if they were having it in person, you could be like the pandemic and do it online. And the courts are now changing to go back to in-person appearances for everything. So shit that I was doing online 6 months ago, I have to show up for. And every county court is a little different. Like, they all have special rules. Like, the judges sit there and they come up with special rules and things you can bring into the courthouse and things you can't. And there's a lot of counties in Pennsylvania, so I don't bother learning the rules for every county, just the ones I'm in most frequently. And they don't really matter 9 times out of 10 because I've got a lawyer card in my wallet. And a lot of times when I walk in, they're like, this courthouse bans cell phone usage, sir. I'm like, I'm an attorney. And they're like, okay, you can keep your cell phone, sir. Just make sure it's on silent. So I was in another county this afternoon for a case. I think I actually told you on Twitter, I'm like, it's an hour and a half away. I'm leaving here at noon, and I'm going to figure out a way to make this last so long that I don't have to go back to my office before I go home. Mission succeeded on that one, by the way. But the hearing is set at 2. I leave my office at noon. You're from the area. You know where my office is.
Yes.
The hearing was in Doylestown. And Doylestown, there's no direct route from my office to Doylestown. It's all back roads. And
yes.
It's like an hour and a half of driving on back roads. I figure I'll leave here at noon. I'll I'll drive an hour and a half. I'll get there a half hour early. I'll walk into the courthouse. It's just been a while since I've been in that county for court. I'll park. I'll go into the courthouse. I'll wait for my client. I'll do the hearing. I'll meet with my client afterwards. I'll grab some lunch. By the time all that's done, it'll be like 4:30. No point in going back to the office. I'll only be in the office for like 10 minutes before I go home for the weekend. Well, I had forgotten that there were a number of tornadoes and floods in that area over the past couple weeks. And pretty much every back road that normally takes me into Doylestown was closed off still. So my hour and a half turned into like 2 hours. I left the office at noon. My hour and a half drive turned into a 2-hour drive. My hearing is at 2 o'clock. There's a saying in law. The judge is never early or late. The judge is there when they're supposed to be. The lawyer is early or late. And you hear stories about attorneys who are like so worked up about missing a hearing or running behind for a hearing that they'll, like, if their car breaks down, they'll be like, fuck it, and call a cab and jump in the cab or start running for the courthouse. All right. So I get there. It is like 1:50. And I've got 10 minutes. And I'm thinking I'll park right beside the courthouse. I did not know that over the past year, this courthouse had closed off the courthouse parking, which is right beside the courthouse, and was now having everybody park for free in a public parking garage that was like half a mile away downhill of the courthouse, because the courthouse is up on a hill. So I've got 10 minutes. I park a half a mile away, and everybody out there's thinking, it's a half a mile. You can walk that in like 5-6 minutes. Not a big deal. But you're forgetting two factors. I am fat and crippled. And I now had to walk a half a mile uphill in 10 minutes. So I yank my shit out of my car. I'm speed walking up the hill to the courthouse. I get there. I go in. I have like 4 to 5 minutes before the hearing. And I've still got to get on the right floor. I haven't talked to my client yet. And I'm walking in, and they put all my stuff. Like, I show them my lawyer's card, and I'm guessing that this county just doesn't have a reading exam for the sheriff's deputies, because they stared at like, what's that? Sir, this is not a Jimmy John's. Please put your punch card away. So they make me do all the stuff that, the normal people have to do when going into a courthouse, and put my briefcase, empty my pockets, put my briefcase through the x-ray machine and all of that. And I do that. But what I had forgotten was typically when I'm going into court, because the courtrooms I'm in the most, they don't care if the lawyers are bringing in a vape or their cigarettes or a lighter or thing. They don't care. Like, we're lawyers. They trust us not to light up in the bathroom. So, yes, Matthew Otter has asked lawyer's card. Yes, it's every attorney in Pennsylvania gets a bar card annually when we renew our licensing that basically says, hey, this is proof the guy holding this is a lawyer. So I didn't think about the fact that I had like my cigarettes and my vape and my lighter and all this shit in the front pockets of my briefcase, because nobody else gives a shit. This one county apparently gave a shit, because they saw it on the x-ray and they're like, I'm sorry, sir, you cannot bring these items into the courthouse. I'm like, lawyer card. The lawyer card. Like, sir, there is no free sub sandwich. Please put away your Jimmy John's card. So it's going back and forth, and like the whole time I'm watching the clock, and they go, sir, you will have to take these items back to your car. And I'm looking at them, and they're looking at me, and I'm looking at them, and they're looking at me. And I said, so the cigarettes, the lighter, and the vape have to go back to the car. And they go, well, we have to go through the briefcase to see if there's anything else. And I'm like, A, you're not opening this pocket. That's where my client's file is, and you have no right to see that. So that added a couple minutes. Now I'm like 2 minutes away from the hearing time. And they're like, sir, you have to take these items back to the car with with anything. And I said, fuck it. I have to be in front of a judge in 2 minutes. Just keep it. So they're like stunned for a minute. What? Just keep it. Keep the shit. Just take it out of my briefcase. Get me the briefcase. I have a judge to talk to. And maybe I was being more aggressive than I needed to be. But to give you an idea, when I go into the Philadelphia criminal courts, they don't even make me go through the metal detector. I show them the lawyer card. They're like, come on in, which, Rudy Giuliani and Lynn Wood are fair proof that just because somebody's a lawyer, you should not trust them not to cause problems. But the Philly criminal court is letting me get away with that. I don't know why these people won't. So they look shocked, and the little sheriff's deputy says, well, I'll put them over here and you can come back and get them after your hearing. Just come talk to me. I said, fine, great, whatever. Grab my briefcase, go in, do the hearing, walk out, stop by the sheriff's desk, right? Because courthouse security in these, it's always the sheriff. Stop by the sheriff's desk. I say, hey, you took my vape and my lighter, because it was the only two I was thinking about. You took my vape and my lighter off me when I was coming in. And they looked at me and said, we got in trouble. And I went, okay, well, was it because I kept trying to show you the card saying I'm a lawyer and you still went through my briefcase? Like, no, sir. We got in trouble because we were told we should have never taken the items. We should have made you take them back to the car. And we shouldn't have told you that you could come by and get them back afterwards. I said, that's fine. And like, so we're throwing them away. Like dead out, staring me in the eyes as they're saying this. And I'm going, what? And they're like, we're throwing them away. I'm like, okay, that's fine. Like, they're right here. Like, turned around and pointed to where they were on the desk. All of the items. Pointed to them, like, they're right here. But we're throwing them away. I'm like, well, I'm right here. Why don't you just hand them back to me? Because we will get in trouble if they see us giving them back to you on camera. I'm like, what? Are you afraid I'm going to walk out of the courthouse and light up a cigarette? Is that the problem? What? But at the end of the day, I'm sitting there, my client's there, I'm there, the deputy's there. We're having like a Mexican standoff. We're staring each other down. And finally I said, you know what? Fine. I'll get more on the way home. And I left. And I went out to lunch and had a nice lunch with my client. And I left lunch. I started driving home. And I completely forgot to stop and get more. So here I am at 8:50 at night in my home with no lighter, no cigarettes, and no vape. And I'm pretty sure they didn't throw them away. I think the sheriff just fucking robbed me. I think the sheriff just did not want to buy his own pack of Lucky Strikes that day. Which still is not as bad as when I went to the federal courthouse a couple weeks ago. Because we just started doing federal hearings as well. And at the federal courthouse, it's U.S. Marshals. And I keep like a little grooming kit in my briefcase, just fingernail clippers and like a comb. But normally when I go to the federal courthouse, I remember to take them out. And I forgot. And it went through the x-ray. And the marshal working the x-ray thing said, are those fingernail clippers?
Stop. I'm going to stop you right now.
Yeah.
They were upset that you had fingernail clippers.
Yep. Because of the little cuticle knife on them. That tiny little cuticle knife.
Carry on. I just had to clarify.
I said, yeah, probably. Actually, I said, oh, crap, yeah, I've got a grooming kit in there. So it's just a comb and a set of fingernails. They're like, we need to see the fingernail clippers and see if it has the little knife on it. And I brought mine like, that has the little knife on it. So I'm like, what do you want me to do? Yeah, do you want to throw them away? You can throw them away. I don't care. I've got a hearing. And the marshal, this is the difference. This is the difference. The U.S. Marshal at the federal courthouse looked at me, looked at the fingernail clippers with the tiny little knife, looked at me, said, it's against procedure, and then said, but you're a lawyer. It's not like you're going to try to stab someone with fingernail clippers. Once again, you motherfuckers don't know lawyers that well if you think that's a mistake. I'm not going to complain, though. They gave them back to me. So I want to point out the U.S. Marshals let me into the federal courthouse with fingernail clippers that had a little bitty knife on them. But this courthouse wouldn't let me bring a vape in, despite the fact I obviously was not going to light up in the hallway of the courthouse. So I'm a little pissed about that. But the second best part was when the U.S. Marshal, as I was getting ready to grab my briefcase, looked at me and said, "Hold on a second. Are there clothespins in your briefcase, sir?"
Clothespins?
And I said, "What? No, of course not." And then I stopped. What? No, of course not. That's ridiculous. Oh, yeah, there are. There are clothespins in my briefcase, yes. Yes, there are definitely. There are a number of clothespins in my briefcase.
Wait, what? What?
It was a very rural client who did not use paper clips. What they used to hold their documents together were clothespins, and they had just given the documents to me, clothespins and all, and I put them in my file and shoved them in my briefcase.
Okay, allow me, please, to. Uh, they were concerned that you. Oh, wait. Oh, we might have lost the lawyer. Let me go back to the Skypes here. John, you still with me? You still there? We're going to try this shit again. Let's try this again. I'm calling you. You still there?
My internet apparently went out.
The fuck was that? We need to sue these people. I need to hire a lawyer, and you're it.
Yeah, my internet just magically went out. Like
Yeah,
right in the middle of a sentence. I heard you say, wait, and then the internet went out. I blame you.
Okay, it's my fault. Okay, I want to go back. Okay, this whole clothespin thing.
Yeah.
No, okay. I want to make sure I'm clear on this. Your client used clothespins instead of paper clips, and this is somehow a security concern?
I'm not sure it was so much a security concern as much as it is rather unusual for an attorney to walk in with like a dozen clothespins in their briefcase.
Dude, you're from fucking Kentucky, of course.
That's not typical court apparel. It's not like here's my motion and my brief, my file. Here are my pens, my highlighters, my whiteouts, and business cards, and here is a dozen clothespins, just in case I need to air something out in the bathroom of the courthouse.
Well, I'll tell you what, speaking of airing out in the bathroom, you talk about the airing out of the bathroom. I got to pee again, and I'm going to remember to mute the microphone. You go talk about it. Here we go.
He keeps remembering to mute the microphone, and I don't know why. Everybody's turning on for the wine stream.
Because
the wine stream. God, I hope I'm still on, and he muted the mic, because otherwise I'm not, and I don't know, because, like I just said, my internet's out. I am restarting my internet as we speak. So I hope I'm not talking to myself, because if I am, this is just pathetic. I'm a fat guy sitting in my underwear in bed at 9 o'clock at night, talking to my phone instead of spending time with my family that loves me, or at least pretends that they love me, because I hold the purse strings, right?
Yep.
See? That's how it works. Speaking of purse strings, what's the GoFundMe up to? What's that at? How are we not at $5,000 yet? This man's just going to keep going until it's done, right? He doesn't stop. And we are literally like $200 and a bottle of wine away from Kage dancing to the stripper across the living room. How do you not want to see that?
He might be doing his own version of Come Around the Mountain.
Yeah. I think we should sell him on the idea of an extra $1,000 in that GoFundMe, and he reenacts the Daniel Radcliffe coming around the mountain on stream. I don't see the issue with this. I know he may, but at this point in time, he sold his dignity a long time ago.
We're not talking about the Daniel Radcliffe thing, okay?
Oh, you're back now.
No, that was okay. That was the kind of arousal a man my age does not need.
Do you know what that's from?
I don't know, and I don't want to know.
It's from a show called Miracle Workers. It is hilarious. You should watch it.
You're telling me. I told you I didn't want to know, and you're telling me.
Yeah, so you can watch it. So you can do your dirty old man thing and watch Daniel Radcliffe dance around in leather underpants.
Dude, I haven't had a fucking erection in 35 years, and this is what you're hitting me with? God damn you kids. Excuse me. Was I live on the mic when I said that?
Oh yeah, you were definitely live.
I didn't think I hit the unmute before that. Let's move on. Let's get some questions from the channel, shall we? Let's see what the channel is talking about. Nobody's saying anything. So Boozy, how are things going in Pennsylvania? You had storm damage. How are things going for you?
I didn't have storm damage.
Please say something.
I have a house on top of a hill. I was fine.
Yeah. Well, okay. That's wonderful.
Yeah.
One limb came down and almost tipped my grill, but not quite.
I hear QM in the background. Is that QM?
That is QM. Searching for jelly beans.
Hello, my darling. How are you?
Kage says hello in a very, very creepy manner.
Yes.
What?
It almost like the type of creep that if you heard it in a dark room, you would scream and be dialing the police before you saw who it was.
Hello.
Yeah, no, like his Sims, like the Sim creep. Yes. Yeah, okay, I made you I put you in the Sims.
Yeah, I saw that. And I take exception because that looked nothing at all like me.
Really? You gotta go with the guy in the black suit and bowler cap with glasses, creepily lurching throughout the neighborhood holding a fruitcake. Doesn't look like me. That's the hill you're dying on.
Because I'm not about to put my glasses on right now. I'm just going to put them down. Let's move on. There's some things came across. Hylan the Prodigy says, do you think IFC went better or worse than Megaplex? Neither. They were both amazing. Boozy, my darling.
Why do people ask us questions? By the way, we can switch back to the computer Skype here as soon as it comes up so that I don't have to hold the phone up to my
Right, that works.
Let me bring it up. I rebooted and the internet is now back on.
It is now a good question. My darling, my absolutely darling, most beloved friend Boozy that I would give a blowjob to if necessary. We are slowly emerging from this pandemic.
Slowly but getting there.
You yourself, what would you like to see in place before we would see your smiling face at a public convention again?
I will tell you right now, the only thing stopping us at the moment is we are awaiting the approval of the vaccine for under 12.
Because you have children, yes.
Yeah, everybody's vaccinated except our youngest.
Right.
So he is 5 years old. They are saying that by the end of this year, they should have it in place. And after that point, I got no problem with it. I will say we're having a bit of a spike, a Delta spike here.
Yes.
For the same reason everywhere else is having it. All the people who were smart went and got vaccinated as soon as they could. And now we are going through the rounds of people who are, this is my freedom. and refusing to go get it. So that part I kind of sit there and I'm going, at this point in time, if you can get the vaccine and you haven't got the vaccine, kind of fucking on you. So I have gotten worried mainly about our youngest. But they are saying right now that they're looking at getting approval for kids as young as him by October, November. And I'll tell you, IFC was rough. Like the Friday before IFC, or the Thursday before IFC, I was laying in bed, and it was like 1 a.m. I couldn't get to sleep. And I rolled over, and I looked at QM, and I said, how much would you hate me if I just fucked off to Indianapolis this weekend? And then I looked at flight prices, and I went, okay, that was a decision I should have made a while back if I was going to make it. But it's just how it is right now. I have told people more than once. I've said a lot of my concern is my family. And as soon as the youngest is vaccinated, we're moving forward on that. With the remainder of the concern, most of my clients have it now. The ones that I see on a daily basis, and the ones who don't at this point, I'll just make them aware. You understand we're not doing virtual court hearings anymore, so you're going to be putting yourself at risk every time you walk into court. And that is the situation. I'm sorry.
We find ourselves. Do you remember that curse that old Chinese guy when we were young? That old like hyped up Chinese guy came up and he was like, "Hey, may you live in interesting times." Fucking it happened.
Oh yeah, this past year has been something. Like I'm not sure. Like remember a year ago when we were all certain that once the vaccine was approved, we would come quickly out of this because everybody would pull together.
Yes, I remember that.
Yeah, I don't
part
because
of it.
we were never certain of it. I sat there and said, I have watched dumbasses every day of my career, and I know exactly how this is gonna fucking go. And just once, I wish I'd been wrong.
And I wish you'd been wrong too, my boy. I've been trying to maintain my cool. I lost it this morning. Yeah, some of you saw I did a stupid ass fucking tweet, and I feel bad about it. But I myself am kind of at the end of my at the end of my patience. I'm a scientist. I am a pharmaceutical scientist. For God's sake, my guys, my peeps, have been working their asses off to save your fucking lives, and yeah, we did it. Well, we don't want it. Fuck. What the fuck, guys?
I mean, just forgive me if the same people who made buy something from the gas station and put it in my body a thing shouldn't be taken at face value, and they're like, I'm worried about what's in it. It's experiment. Dude, you took dick pills from the gas station.
Yes.
The vaccine is not the thing you need to worry about.
Exactly. And I can tell you, I took those dick pills from the gas station. They don't work.
I mean, you're just not doing it right.
I said it out loud too, didn't I?
Yeah, you did. You're saying a lot of stuff out loud tonight.
Okay. Let's see what the channel's saying. So, Boozy, how about that house of yours? It had a link in it, right?
Oh, my God. The house. Well, here's where we are on the wonderful remodeling of the house. The backyard had wasps. So we haven't mowed since early August. Because when we tried to mow in early August, the wasps took umbrage.
I've mowed. I've just mowed around that.
We've been mowing around the wasps. And like our neighbor next door, the only thing this man cares about, he doesn't care about anything else we do. The only thing he cares about is your yard mowed. And he started giving us the stink eye. And I'm kind of like, there's wasps. I'm not getting stung. She says, so what are you going to do about the yard? I'm like, I don't know. Hire a teenager? He's like, well, they're not going to get rid of the wasps. I'm like, yeah, but they're a teenager. So, yeah, obviously I'm not going to go out there and risk myself. I will hire someone's child to do it for me.
Yeah.
So there's that. Let's see. The Kentucky Derby day, I streamed all day in the basement. I bought a piano. That there was liquor involved.
Yes, I saw that.
I did not want to go up 2 stories in the house from my studio to use the bathroom. So instead, I decided, well, the backyard's kind of recessed, and the basement door to the backyard opens right out there, and there's a bush right beside that door. So I did the classy thing and made a pea bush. The problem being that at one point I opened the door and it just kind of came off. So we have now bolted our exterior basement door into place while we are waiting to replace it. QM broke their wrist.
I heard about that. Let's make a bubble wrap suit for them. That's what you requested, was it?
Yeah, here's the fun part. I'm sitting at here's the fun part of my spouse breaking their bones. I'm at the office. Like by the way, if you ever hear anybody who's not a comedian, or even most comedians say the words, "Here's the fun part about my wife being grievously bodily injured." That's not a person you want to talk to. Here's the part that really made me laugh about our visit to the ER. I was sitting at my desk and my phone rang and I picked it up and I said, yes, honey. And QM just goes, I broke my wrist. I said, what? I broke my wrist. And I'm like, okay, I'm like literally going to federal court in 5 minutes with my fingernail clippers in the bag. I've got my clothespins. I've got my fingernail clippers. I've got court. I've really got to fuck with the marshals today. I can't do anything. I can't come home and take you to the ER on this. So Kim goes, what do I do? I said, well, I guess drive to the urgent care, but drive with your elbow instead of your hand.
And this is during Ida.
Yeah, this is during the depression from Ida when everything's flooding. So QM goes to the urgent care, comes home. I go, how is the wrist is broken? I go, okay, yeah. So well, they've got me. I'm going to an orthopedist and made the appointment for that. So I'll get it looked at. Okay. And then this week, Kim said we need to put a new door on the boys' room as well. And that's just the old door was falling apart. It had been for years, and now that we own the place, we can replace it. And after I took the door off, I realized, I've got to replace the entire frame. But before we do that, we got to get the room picked up because my sons are have you ever heard the song Dumpster Baby?
I've met your family, my boy.
Yeah. They haven't gotten better since then. So anyways, the boys' room is a mess. QM was in there picking up. But the air conditioner that I bought off of the back of the truck at a Philadelphia swap meet 4 years ago finally gave up the ghost. So we had a new air conditioner. It was downstairs. And Kim's like, it is really hot in here. I need to get the air conditioner. And keeping in mind, they broke their wrist that week. Decides I'm going to carry the air conditioner up the stairs on my own instead of waiting for my husband to get home from work and do it for me. So, hey, honey, what's broken now?
My finger.
Their finger. And which finger is it?
My ring finger.
It's the ring finger. Broke their finger carrying an air conditioner up the stairs after having been explicitly told not to carry anything over 10 pounds while having the option of just letting me do it when I get home. I'm just sitting there. I'm like, well, thank God we already hit your deductible when you were at the ER earlier in the year. So this has been how it's been. This has been my life.
I know what we need. I know what your family needs. We need to send a real man down there to help out. But we have to wait for the Canadian border to open when Ronnie's available.
Listen, you want to send Ronnie down here to help out? Perfectly fine. I'll make up a little pallet for him on my side of the bed. He can sleep on the floor right there. I'll even give him some Scooby snacks while he's sleeping. It's fine.
We're going to pause right now. Is Ronnie still in channel? I don't think he is. Okay, we can keep talking about him. I think he's gone.
Yeah, because, you know, I just realized it took me there because I wasn't going there. Like, I was going, I'll make him up a little pallet. I'm such a gracious host. And then I'm like, oh, God, the Boozy X Ronnie pup play. That's what I just described, isn't it? That's an issue.
Okay, we can talk to QQH. She'll draw that.
Yeah, I know QQH will draw that.
Okay, if Ronnie was still in channel right now, I know exactly what he would say. But it doesn't matter because he has logged off. So,
Oh my God. Boozy pup play. What the fuck did I come back to? Yeah, Saf Sergal, I've got the same question. You see,
now,
you just walked into this. This is my life.
Yeah, let me tell you a little something. I visited Canada this past weekend, and visiting my darling friend Ronnie was on the agenda, shall we say?
Mm-hmm.
Let's just say, remember that thing we talked about?
Yes.
It very much is. We're just going to leave it at that.
You understand this is going out on the internet, right?
Well, it doesn't matter. He's not here. He's not going to see it. Because he's smart enough to not to watch these damn Winestreams. He just, like, pretends. You know? Oh, Pandas is going to bed. Pandas, my dear boy, whatever the hell I said, I don't remember what it was. It was drunken ramblings, but I meant it from my heart. So God bless you, God bless you, buddy. And hey, here's to you, you hooser.
Good night, Pandas.
Yeah.
You know my feelings for you, Pandas. I don't have to announce them to the world because you and I, we have a special unspoken bond. We have slept together, Pandas.
So, okay, here's a question for you. Since I got Boozy and I got QM on the line, if an old guy like me approached your parents and said, "Hi, I know your parents," what's your reaction?
If you walked up to my parents and said, "I know your parents,"
Your kids, that is.
yeah. Well, I'm gonna tell you right off the bat, if it's my parents are gonna be like, "Yeah, he's always been fucking weird. We get it. This is not surprising. As a matter of fact, it confirms a few questions we've had since he was a child."
And I will answer the question myself. If it's your children, if I were to approach your children and say, "Hi," your children would they'd probably go to you and say, "Dad, Uncle Kage's being creepy again."
Dad, Uncle Kage had a stroke. That's what you just described. Uncle Kage had a stroke. Yes, sweetie, he normally does. No, Dad, like a mental one. Oh, okay. You mean like a medical stroke?
So, do not rule out the possibility that I might show up at your doorstep because I know where you live.
Look, I have told you more than once. Give us at least a day's notice so we can make sure the living room's cleaned up, and you're always welcome up here.
Something that's more fun. Something that's more fun for me. That neighbor of yours?
Martha?
What if I showed up at Martha's doorstep? Like, hi,
I really would love to see that.
we could make it happen.
I'm just
A case
telling
of
you.
mistaken address.
I just would love to see Martha reacting to you showing up on her doorstep.
Hi.
You know?
Are you the Badger?
You funny story.
Oh, funny story, he
Funny
says after
story.
that shit.
I live in a somewhat small town, and we have had the same post office worker for years, same delivery person. And when I suddenly started getting mail addressed to Boozy Badger, it would come to my house. And finally, one day I looked at it. It was one that said Boozy Badger. And right beside the name, the delivery, the post person had drawn a question mark and an exclamation point. And they're like, there's mail for a Boozy Badger going to your house. I'm like, yeah, that's me. I'm like, well, what? I'm like, yeah, that's me. Please don't tell anybody. Please don't be like, the guy over on this street. Yeah, he's a fucking badger. Of course, I said that then, and then a couple months later, a friend of mine who made fursuits stopped by to visit because they were going to ride up to a con with us, and they figured, oh, I'll fly in early to your town. I'll ride up with you guys. So they flew in, and they were here for a couple days, and they decided to work on fursuits on my front porch. Yep. So my neighbors would walk by and be waving to everybody on the street, and then they turned, and there was just somebody on the front porch with a giant fox head in their lap staring at them. And I've got a reputation in town. That's what I'm getting at.
Yeah.
So it is fun.
There's two questions come across the channel. I'm going to take them in order. Nick's Edge. I have a question. I have a culinary arts degree and a chef license, and everywhere is picky. Where would you recommend a place to work at because I'm fresh out of culinary school? Nick's Edge, I don't have advice for you. I don't know. This is outside my area of expertise. However, the only thing I can recommend, I only know of one chef, and that is Chiaroscuro. Send an email to chiaroscuro@anthrocon.org. Again, it is the only professional chef that I know. He can either help or he can't. And then Mr. Morningstar says, and this is something Boozy can join me in with, I just moved into my own place for the first time. Any advice, Mr. Morningstar? Party.
Yeah. How am I to respond? Morningstar, buy a plunger.
Oh, yes. You need a toilet plunger. You will fucking need it. Oh, my God.
Buy a
trust
plunger.
Me. Yeah.
Buy a toilet brush.
Yeah.
At least say hello to your neighbors. Like, you don't have to take them cookies and crap, but at least say hello to them. Know what they look like.
Well, no. I'm sorry, Boozy. Yes, take them cookies. Take them cookies. Say, hi, I'm the guy in this thing here. Bring them cookies because it's the right thing to do. Just do it. Just trust me. Just do it.
Like, take them cookies if you want to make friends with them. My advice is more towards know what they look like so you know what the people who don't live in the building look like.
Yeah.
Because that can be an important distinction. If you see somebody lingering around the mailbox or in the hallway with no apparent purpose, if it's a neighbor, you can be like, okay, the neighbor's having a day.
Okay, here's the bottom line. I'm not going to get into specifics. I will not get into specifics. I live in a condo. Yes, I'm a condominium dweller. If you have a neighbor who has a medical emergency and the ambulance is there and the spouse is beside themselves and doesn't know what to do, you want to be the neighbor who shows up and says, let me help you. I'm not going to tell you how to do that. That's up to you. But that's the neighbor you want to be. You want to be the neighbor that is there when your neighbor needs you. However the hell you need to make that happen, do it. It's not up to me to tell you how.
Jeez, you're nice. Like, we had new people move in like 3 doors down, and a couple weekends ago, the police and an ambulance showed up, and they were both trying to figure out a way into the house. And we just, like, the whole neighborhood just got together and stood on the sidewalk across the street watching until the cops like, does anybody know these people? I'm like, no.
All right. Okay. Let me expound on that. This is the neighbor you want to be. When the call comes, there is a problem, and you've got Station 3 out there. They've got a ladder and they've got a rescue unit, and you're standing out there saying, what's going on? And they're saying, these people called, and you're banging on the door and nobody answers. You want to be the neighbor that's going to kick the fucking door open.
That always sounds good and nice up until you realize that somebody can call and they cannot be home. Like, maybe they went to the store.
Why would they, if they're at the store, why are they going to call 911 and say we need freaking EMS and then hang up?
Well, I mean, a lot of times if they say we need EMS and hang up, they're not even going to say we need EMS. What's happened is an alarm system triggering, or somebody misdialed if they have one of those old landline phones or something like that. And,
or it can be a little old lady, because this happened. A little old lady whose son got her a brand new, I've fallen and can't get up necklace.
mm-hmm.
Which if you drop it, it registers that you fell. And then your son is off getting cider at his favorite place with his friends, and you're at home, and you accidentally put your thing in your purse and you throw it on the sofa, and the fire department comes, and you're a tiny little 6-year-old lady, and these firemen show up with their giant 28-year-old pectoral muscles and their huge penises, and they show up as like, we're the fire department of Cary, North Carolina. Is there a problem here, Mrs. Conway? And you're like, oh, I'm just a little old lady, and I'm just...
Oh, dearie me, I'm not sure what has happened. Come here and let me hold on to your body as I figure it out.
I suspect at this moment I might have actually said a little bit too much. Not that this actually happened. This is a very hypothetical situation that could happen to anybody. Help me, Boozy.
I know your mother.
No. Just help me generally. Don't bring her into it.
Like you want me to help you and make this sound hypothetical? I have met your mother.
No, she had nothing to do with it. She had nothing to do with it. It's just she was like, oh my, yes.
I'm still telling you, my favorite one is when I came down for the Winestream, God, 2018, 2017.
Oh, fuck, years ago.
Yeah, and you took us out to Duck Donuts, and your mother's sitting there, and your mother goes, "Oh, I need to go to the liquor store." And you looked at her and said, "Mom, we talked about this. You can only have wine. It's all." And your mom goes, "Well, I just need some 151." no, Mom, you don't need one. Well, what if my friends come over? And I'm sitting there, I go, wait a second, Kage, what does your mom mean? What if her friends come over? Is the bridge club like pounding down 151? And you looked at me straight faced and said, she has furry raves. And I looked at your mom and she is daintily eating a donut. And I said, I don't believe you. And your mother, your darling, darling mother, then said, Sam, I need you to take me to the liquor store. And you said, no, Mom, I'm not taking you to the liquor store. And she very quietly, very demurely looked at her donut, looked up, and said, in the most matter-of-fact voice I've ever heard, I could walk to the liquor store. Your mother is hell on wheels.
Yes, yes, she is. How did she give progeny to such an upstanding pillar of the community as myself?
Yeah, I hear your sister's pretty popular where she lives.
You were saying?
I mean, calling you like I was with you right up until the word upstanding came out of your mouth. Because if you are upstanding, you're only upstanding until the first person notices your wine glass is empty. Then you're down lane members of the community. You're upstanding, then you're kind of weaving, then you're leaning, then you're an on the floor member of the community.
I'm going to change the subject and ask you a question, my dear boy.
Yes.
There is a furry convention that is starting up here in the Triangle region of North Carolina.
I saw that. It's the new one that you all that's starting down there. I saw something about that.
Yes, Be Whiskered. What are your thoughts?
My thoughts on a new furry convention in North Carolina? I think you need one. The ones I went to there were very fun. I enjoyed them.
Okay, we're gonna dance. Let me ask the next question.
Yes.
Would you like to come down?
And when is it?
It's the it's the.
You did a great job.
No, wait. Sorry, we have a connection problem. I'm sorry. Could you please say what you were saying again, because our connection.
When is this convention that a member of your chat just said was November 12th through the 14th?
Oh, you're just asking the. No, yeah, that's what you meant. November. Yes, that we were. Yes, the exact same. What would you consider coming down 12th to 14th?
I would certainly consider it, yes.
Would you need an official invite from the convention, or would it be sufficient for a sweet little old lady to say, I've got an extra room?
Either one would work for me. However, now that I've been hearing about all the shit you get when you get an official invite from a convention, I have a few questions.
What questions have you? Ask me your questions, Bridgekeeper. I'm not afraid.
You're sitting here like, oh well, being invited to a convention involves them paying travel and comping the badge, and they give me a room and they pick up my bar tab. And that's typical when you invite someone to a convention. I'm like, I've been invited to a lot of conventions, and I have slept a lot on Fox and Moore's floor. Like, I honestly, I think only 2 conventions have given me a room to my fucking self. The rest of the time, it's like me, Fox and Moore, and his band, and I'm like, I'll sleep on the floor, and they're like, why? And I go, because otherwise I have to sleep with Pepper.
Is it so bad to sleep with Pepper?
He likes to be the big spoon.
Yeah, he's got a 14-inch penis.
Like I shit you not, the first time that happened, I was sleeping on their floor, and Fox and Pepper were laying in bed because they were sharing the bed, and then the rest of the band was in another bed, and I'm on the floor, and they stripped down because they were both sleeping in their boxers. So they get in their boxers and they get in their bed. And in the back of my head, I'm like, this is so many people's fucking head fiction right now. Like there are people who would lose their fucking mind if they saw this happening. But I'm going to sleep. And in the darkness of the room, the still, as everyone's getting ready to go to sleep, you hear a lilting Scottish brogue. Pepper. Yeah, Fox. If you touch me, I'll fucking kill you. And they go to sleep. And I wake up in the morning. And I'm the first one awake because musicians sleep late, apparently. They get that privilege. And I stand up and I'm going to the bathroom. And I look over at Fox and Pepper's bed, and there they are. Pepper, the big spoon. Fox, the little spoon. And I did what any good person does. I whipped out my phone, took a picture, and demanded a proceed of their table sales before I deleted it.
Okay.
Now, you have me at Anthrocon, and I have to say, you're good at Anthrocon. I like being at Anthrocon. Anthrocon doesn't put 4 other people in a room with me.
We're not talking about Anthrocon right now. We're talking about this unnamed convention.
You mean the Be Whiskered furry convention in the Raleigh area from November 12th to the 14th?
The unnamed furry convention known as Be Whiskered here in the Raleigh area from November 12th to the 14th. What you said.
I feel that if there is a room available, I will certainly try to be there.
Okay, I would like to ask somebody, and I notice I got some very, very good friends here. If they have not invited you, I am going to go out on the limb that does not belong to me, and I shall invite you. And if they don't have it in their budget, I will see to it myself. I want you to come down here and join me at Be Whiskered in November. That is the official invite from the ones they asked me to be their influencer. Fuck that shit. I just want you to come down
I
and
would
join
definitely,
me.
because I will be honest, I hate doing comedy over the internet. I've tried it. I've been doing it for a year and a half. It is hard, and I don't like it. This new technology frightens me. There are small demons inside my computer, and they put my picture on the screen and carry it to people's homes, and I can't hear them because they won't bring the laughter back to me.
I know the feeling. I've been dealing with it for almost 30 years, my dear fellow. But, okay, we've got all sorts of people in the channel here. We're going to make it happen. Be Whiskered's going to happen. I'm going to be their influencer. We're going to bring Boozy down to make sure I don't do anything stupid. So Boozy's coming down in the role of my official chaperone.
Oh, I was going to ask, if you're going to be the influencer, can I be the bad influencer?
Well, no. The idea was you would be the chaperone to prevent me from.
You understand, if you're about to say you're going to be a chaperone to prevent me from doing anything ridiculous, I am going to fail at that job quicker than most Republican senators fail at theirs.
No.
I'm just letting you know.
Okay, no. Back up. The idea was that you were supposed to prevent me from doing stupid shit. That was the deal.
Yeah. Once again, I'm telling you, you are greatly overestimating the way that I will be able to suppress my desire to watch you make an ass of yourself.
Okay, no. Okay, I'm stop right there. When have you ever watched me make an ass of myself?
Do you really want me to answer that?
No, I don't. Especially on a recorded line. You are
Yeah.
just shut up right now. You're not to answer any questions. That is my order to you as my attorney. You're to just shut the fuck up and we're going to make this happen. All right? That's how it goes.
That sounds right. Oh,
Ah. What the fuck time is it?
it is 9:38 p.m. Eastern.
Holy
You've been
mother.
doing this for 4.5 hours.
What do you think? Do you think it's time I threw the towel
Yeah,
in?
yeah, you're looking like I've got your stream up on silent, and I'm watching you, and you got that vacant stare, and the kind of rubber necky head bob thing going on.
And the bucket of puke.
Yeah, well, we weren't going to talk about the bucket of puke.
No, we weren't going to talk about that.
I was making a conscious decision to leave the bucket of puke out of this discussion.
Yeah, I was not going to bring it up, but I did, and I meant not to.
That's actually the good rule of thumb. From now on, you don't need us to tell you when your stream's done. When you think, maybe I should mention the bucket of puke, your stream's done. It's over.
Ladies and gentlemen, those of you who are still paying attention to this bullshit, this has been Uncle Kage's Winestream for what the hell it's worth. I would very, very much like to thank my impromptu guest, the Boozy Badger. Say some shit.
I'm not wearing pants.
Thank you very much for not wearing your pants. And for the rest of you, the whole point of this, the entire point of this, was to try to generate some giggles that would make people donate some money to help out an incredible young man.
Well, you started the stream at what? Somewhere around 2080, somewhere in there.
That was years ago.
Early. But you are now, over the course of the stream, looking at it. I mean, the fundraiser is up to $3,310 as of right now.
Yay! And it's great. And the fact that we raised that amount of money and it caused me to consume 8 ounces of a probably toxic mixture of a completely turned bottle of Chianti, which I then puked up into that bucket over there. A lot has happened tonight.
I'll make one last appeal for you here, folks. I'm from the South. I grew up knowing a lot of people who were impacted by different hurricanes, especially Hurricane Katrina back in the early 2000s. A lot of my friends growing up had moved down to New Orleans, came back, families that came back, and these things directly impact lives in horrible ways. Destroys their homes, changes their livelihoods, takes away jobs, destroys neighborhoods. And these are the things you don't think about. What we have here is a member of our community, a rather new member of our community, who has lost just about everything and who has been greatly harmed by this. And I say this as someone who, when I was a fairly new member of this community, was in a car accident that put me out of work for months. This community stepped up and helped me, helped my family stay in our house and rebuild from that until I could get back in the office and get back to working my cases and get back to making money again. And I know that each and every one of you out there tonight can show the same support to BoxChamp that you have shown to everybody else over the years here. Make them feel welcome here and help them moving forward as they rebuild from a natural disaster.
Absolutely. And I will echo that by simply saying whatever the hell he said in echo. Mr. Morningstar says, when will your next stream be, Uncle Kage? Quite frankly, I don't know. I'll have to look at the calendar, but it will probably be sometime in October. But both the various private messages I am getting from friends and my own body is telling me it might be time to call an end to this.
It definitely is. You are at that point. I'm watching you.
Here's the thing I love about Boozy. It's like he's like the Jiminy Cricket on my shoulder, because he's a drunk himself, so he is intimately familiar with the signs. He is one of the people that will send me a text saying, "Dude, you're fucking done. Call it a night." So we're going to do it now, shall we? So I'm going to say, first off, thank you very much to all of you who donated to help my dear friend. I don't have the words. I honestly cannot come up with the right words to express my gratitude, the fandom's gratitude, and the gratitude of my friend for being willing to help out. I want to express my gratitude to the Boozy Badger, who has joined us tonight, who I can always, absolutely always count on, not only to be there to say the right thing, but to be there to tell me when I'm saying the wrong thing. And trust me, ladies and gentlemen, that is the greatest friend anyone could ever have.
Well, I appreciate that. Don't make me cry, asshole.
I won't make you cry.
You're not allowed to make me emotional.
I might just, wait till this is all done, and I might, dress myself up as a mailman and slip into your bed and, spoon up against you in the middle of the night.
I don't even want to go down the list of how many legal violations you just described.
Okay, number one, I don't know where that came from, and I don't know about the legal violations, but it gave me a bit of a rush. If it gave anybody else a bit of a rush, I'd like to see a show of hands.
You know how a moment ago you said you could always count on me to tell you when you're saying the wrong thing. Saying the concept of sneaking into people's beds at night when they're not aware gives you a bit of a rush. That's the wrong thing.
Okay, so is this one of those moments?
Yes.
In that case, I think we're going to call an end to the stream. So on behalf of myself, my amazing colleague, the Boozy Badger, and our darling friend, the champion of boxes, and by the way, that fundraiser is still open if you should like to donate. I think everybody is sending messages saying, Uncle Kage, you're fucking done. Call this a night. So, Boozy, all of you, thank you so much. Good night and God bless.